Lieutenant Geoffrey Hugh Baxter Harrison, Private George Harrison, Gunner Harry Harrison, Captain Headley Morris Harrison, Rifleman Jack Harrison, Lance Corporal James Harrison, Private James Richard Harrison, Driver James Samuel Harrison, Telegraphist John James Harrison, Rifleman John Leighton Harrison, Sergeant John Reginald Harrison, Pilot Officer John Wilfred Harrison, Trooper Joseph Harrison, Lance Corporal Joseph Harrison, Private Leslie Harrison, Captain Norman Frank Harrison, Lance Sergeant Philip Wallace Harrison, Corporal Raymond Harrison, Private Richard Harrison, Corporal Richard Harrison, Major Robert Hunter Harrison, Private Sidney Harrison, Trooper Walter Harrison, Lieutenant Ronald Harrod, Flight Sergeant John Cheshire Harold, Private Philip Edgar Harold, Private Sinclair Mary Harold, Private Alexander Allen Harrop, Rifleman William Harrop, Private Claude East Harry, Able Seaman Alfred William Hart, Private Cyril Robert Hart, Corporal Frederick Henry Hart, Private Headley Hart, Private Hubert Vincent Hart, Flying Officer Ian John Gore Hart, Flight Sergeant John Moore Hart, Private Kenneth David Hart, Sapper Leonard Charles Francis Hart, Sapper Lionel James William Hart, Rifleman Michael Hart, Lance Corporal Richard James Hart, Captain Robert Holton Hart, Trooper Robert Sidney Hart, Driver William Hart, Bombardier Frederick Cyril Hart, Rifleman Harvey Raymond Harter, Private Henry Harter, Private William Frederick Hartill, Private Douglas Haig Hartland, Sergeant John J. Hartle, Lance Corporal William Joseph Hartle, Gunner Cyril Hartley, Private Edward Hartley, Lance Corporal Harry Hartley, Trooper Herbert Hartley, Sapper Herbert William Hartley, Lance Corporal James D. Hartley, Lieutenant James William Hartley, Signalman John Robert Alexander Hartley, Private Joseph Hartley, Rifleman Neil Clark Hartley, Rifleman Peter Hartley, Private Thomas Earl Hartley, Private Gordon Rudolph Hartling, Trooper Gerald Hartman, Lieutenant William George Hartman, Trooper Arthur John Hartnell, Gunner Alan Herbert Hartshorn, Private Thomas F. Hartshorn, Private Elmer W. Hartung, Gunner Patrick James Kenneth Harty, Lance Corporal Albert Victor Harvey, Lance Corporal Bernard Harvey, Sergeant Cyril James Harvey, Private Derek Walter Harvey, Lieutenant Donald George Robert Harvey, Private Edward Harvey, Private Edward George Harvey, Private Frank Charles Harvey, Private George Harvey, Private George Hatfield Harvey, Fusilier Harry Harvey, Private James Harvey, Sapper John Henry Harvey, Gunner John Ronald Harvey, Lance Sergeant John Russell Harvey, Lance Corporal John Thomas Harvey, Private John William Harvey, Guardsman John William Harvey, Lance Corporal Joseph Edmund Harvey, Private Lawrence Bert Harvey, Guardsman Leonard Frank Harvey, Trooper Lester E. Harvey, Private Norman Albert Harvey, Lieutenant Norman Edward Harvey, Private Percy Irvin Harvey, Private Robert John Harvey, Corporal Ronald Harold Harvey, Private Roy Henry Harvey, Private Thomas Harvey, Private Thomas John Harvey, Corporal William Harvey, Lieutenant William Jeffrey Robertson Harvey, Trooper William M. Harvey, Corporal Fernand Harvey, Lance Corporal Leo Harvey, Corporal Stuart Owler Harvey, Rifleman Randolph H. Harvin, Major John Frederick Harward, Lieutenant Charles Edward Harwood, Rifleman Cyril Harwood, Gunner Ernest Harwood, Private Gerald Stevens Harwood, Private Gordon Thomas Harwood, Trooper Jack Harvey Harwood, Private Kenneth Harwood, Private Nelson Dennis Harwood, Private Thomas James Harwood, Fusilier Walter George Harwood, Lieutenant John Dennis Hascard, Trooper Richard Haskane, Private Norman Leeming Haskell, Gunner Joseph Harry Haslam, Private James Cyril Hasler, Sapper Joseph Rene Leonard Hasbeck, Private Earl P. Hass, Private John Patrick Hassett, Lance Corporal Lionel Frederick Hasshill, Private John David Hasson, Private Bernard Harvey Haste, Company Quartermaster Sergeant Jack Graham Hasty, Bombardier James Watson Hasty, Private John Hasty, Rifleman John Richard Hasty, Lance Sergeant Alexander Hugh Hastings, Lieutenant Donald King Hastings, Marine Leslie Hatch, Lance Corporal Samuel John Hatch, Lance Corporal Robert Lindsay Hately, Lieutenant Arthur Douglas Hatfield, Private Luther Hatfield. Gunner Robert MacDonald Hatfield. Corporal Charles Thomas Hatfull. Private Harry Hathaway. Corporal Charles Edwin Hatherill. Private William Frank Norman Hatherley. Lance Corporal Herbert Hattersley. Private Ralph Hattersley. Private Wyman H. Hatto. Private Ernest Lewis Hatton. Sergeant John Alexander Hatton. Sapper William Charles Hatton. Private Frederick Hatwell. Private Peter Gillies Hoche. Warrant Officer First Class Albert James Horton. Corporal Norman A. Hawke. Corporal Robert Honch. Private Waco I. Hotakangas. Sapper Charles Arthur Haver. Lance Corporal Harry Havercroft. Trooper Dennis Tilbrook Hall. Private Herbert Charles Hawes. Corporal Nelson Stanley Hawes. Private Albert Edward Hawke. Trooper George Stephen Hawken. Gunner Stephen Kenneth Hawker. Corporal Wilfred Hawkes. Captain Neville Leadham Hawkey. Captain Gilbert Bryan Hawkins. Trooper Graham Charles John Hawkins. Rifleman Harry Henry Hawkins. Private Herbert Arthur Hawkins. Private Herbert Roy Hawkins. Private James Hawkins. Private James Alfred Hawkins. Private Leonard George Hawkins. Lance Corporal Norman Charles Hawkins. Private Reginald Stanley Hawkins. Lance Corporal Ronald Frederick Hawkins. Sergeant William Charles Hawkins. Private William James Hawkins. Gunner Thomas Hawkley. Chaplain 4th Class the Reverend Cecil James Hawksworth. Private Joseph W. Hawley. Lance Corporal Harold Albert Horn. Private Edmund Howarth. Corporal Leonard Howarth. Private Michael Horailuk. Private Michael Hawthorne. Private Roy Thomas Hawthorne. Private Albert Stanley Horton. Flight Lieutenant Alastair James Hay. Sergeant Andrew Hay. Private Arthur Hay. Sergeant Bernard York Hay. Fusilier Charles Robert Hay. Guardsman Henry Glendinning Hay. Private Ronald Hay. Corporal William MacDonald Hay. Lance Corporal Clifford Harry Haycox. Trooper Clifford H. Hayden. Private James Marshall Hayden. Driver John Edward Hayden. Rifleman Leoman Roland Hayden. Driver Alan Haydock. Trooper Richard Arthur Haydock. Private James Arthur Haydon. Driver Cuthbert Jack Hayes. Lance Corporal George Davison Hayes. Lance Corporal George James Hayes. Private George Malguin Hayes. Corporal J. Earl Hayes. Corporal James Hayes. Private James Hayes. Lieutenant John Hayes. Lance Corporal John James Hayes. Private John Samuel Hayes. Private Raymond Hayes. Private Richard Hayes. Private Verdun Hayes. Corporal William Thomas Hayes. Private Leonard Hayhurst. Private Walter Hayhurst. Sergeant Herbert Haylock. Private Curtis Milton Hayman. Lance Sergeant Albert Ernest Haynes. Private Charles John Haynes. Sapper Frederick Noel Haynes. Corporal Harold George Haynes. Private Leonard Victor Haynes. Private Orson Alma Haynes. Lieutenant Peter Broadhurst Haynes. Sergeant Robert Denver Haynes. Rifleman Ronald Llewellyn Haynes. Private Percy Reuben Hayter. Private Evan Hayton. Private Christopher Noel Hayward. Lance Corporal Edward Arthur Hayward. Rifleman James Norman Hayward. Private John Ronald Hayward. Private Leslie Walter James Hayward. Private Nelson Hayward. Rifleman Robert Latewood Hayward. Lance Corporal Robert Norman Hayward. Private Thomas E. Hayward. Sergeant William Randall Hayward. Lance Sergeant Charles T. Haywood. Private James Haywood. Lance Sergeant William Ernest Haywood. Sapper William Richard Haywood. Private James Benjamin Hazer. Private Andrew Hazel. Private Cecil John Hazel. Private Raymond Harry Hazel. Trooper Stanley Leonard Hazel. Captain Walter Ripon Borthwick Hazel. Rifleman Lawrence William Franklin Hazelton. Private John Frederick Hazelwood. Warrant Officer First Class Robert John Hazelhurst. Lieutenant David Kilbourne Hazard. Lance Corporal Jack Eric Hazard. Private Morris Richard Hazard. Lieutenant Alfred Lawrence Head. Private George Herbert Victor Head. Sergeant Michael Head. Lance Bombardier Roy Eric Head. Private Frederick William Heaton. Lance Corporal Cecil Thomas Healy. Lance Corporal Harry Frederick William Healy. Trooper Henry Healy. Private Patrick Dennis John Healy. Lieutenant Michael Everett Healy Pendarves. Trooper James Healy. Flight Lieutenant Terence William Richard Healy. Corporal Levi Heames. Trooper John Heaney. Gunner Arthur Alfred Heap, Lieutenant Charles Herbert Lethley Heap, Gunner Frank Heap, Private John Edward Heap, Private Albert Heapy, Leading Seaman Albert William Hurd, Corporal Ernest Hurd, Gunner Lawrence Watson Hurd, Lance Corporal Leonard Walter Hurd, Gunner Peter Douglas Hurd, Captain Peter Ian Douglas Hurd, Lieutenant William Grant Hurl, Boatswain Ernest Clarence Hearn, Private Frank Hearn, Corporal John H. Hearn, Trooper Sidney Percival Herna, Private Stanley Bernard Herndon, Captain James Philip Hearn, Lance Corporal John Hearn, Private Peter Hearn, Private Eric Hearus, Fusilier Daniel Hearshaw, Corporal Eric Hearson, Private Daniel John Heath, Corporal Frederick Thomas Clement Heath, Corporal Gordon R. Heath, Lance Corporal Harold Heath, Lance Corporal Ivan Massey Heath, Guardsman Jesse Horace Heath, Lance Corporal Joseph Heath, Private Joseph Owen Heath, Craftsman Kenneth Arthur Heath, Trooper William Heath, Private William J. Heath, Major Edgar Fitzgerald Heathcote Amory, Sergeant Douglas Heather, Private Sidney Albert Heather, Private Wilfred R. Heather, Private Bertram Sidney John Heathfield, Private Reginald Victor Heatley, Sapper William Heatley, Corporal Eric Heaton, Private Frank Heaton, Corporal Howard Heaton, Lance Corporal John Heaton, Private Philip John Heaton, Trooper William Henry Heaton, Flying Officer William Whittaker Heaton, Corporal Victor Heaviside, Private Roy Henry Llewellyn Heaviside, Private Douglas John Hebbington, Gunner Livin Fred Hebert, Gunner Chester Hebner, Private Peter Heckman, Lieutenant Arthur Frederick James Hector, Private Douglas Hedges, Private William Patrick Hedges, Private Robert Headley, Lance Sergeant Wilfred Laurier Headley, Gunner William Headley, Private Ira Harry Headman, Private Charles Robert Hedrick, Signalman Bernard Ambrose Heeks, Gunner Ernest Heelbeck, Lance Corporal Frederick Heeler, Lance Corporal Albert Healy, Gunner Gilbert Healy, Private Joseph Thomas Heffernan, Rifleman William James Hagan, Ordinary Telegraphist Dennis Higgs, Rifleman Edward Heinrichs, Corporal Theodore Heinz, Trooper Frank Clifford Heinzman, Private William Heck, Private Alfred Victor Heller, Private Ivor William Hellier, Lance Sergeant Evan Hellings, Private Arthur Helliwell, Private Harold Victor Helliwell, Private Roger Malcolm Helliwell, Major Ronald Helm, Second Lieutenant Peter Gordon Hellier, Private Frank Hemingway, Private John Hemingway, Private William John Hemmons, Private Arthur Edwin Hemming, Sergeant Douglas George Hemming, Private Gilbert K. Hemming, Sergeant Sidney Joseph Hemming, Pilot Officer Robert Blakeman Hemmings, Lieutenant Aubrey Hempsall, Sergeant Morris Hempseed, Signalman Thomas B. Hemsley, Sergeant Francis William Hensher, Flight Sergeant Alastair Miller Henderson, Private Alexander Henderson, Private Arthur Henderson, Driver Arthur Stewart Herbert Henderson, Private Cecil George Henderson, Private Donald McCrimmon Henderson, Private Floyd Lesford Henderson, Gunner Francis Humphrey Henderson, Private George Henderson, Gunner George Henderson, Private George Black Henderson, Private James Henderson, Corporal John Joseph T. Henderson, Signalman John Lewis Henderson, Lieutenant John Roper Henderson, Gunner Matthew Kenneth Henderson, Private Thomas Healer Peacock Henderson, Corporal Thomas Joseph Henderson, Lieutenant William Scougal Henderson, Rifleman Gordon F. Hendron, Private Kenneth Hendron, Private John Stephen Hendrick, Second Lieutenant George Watt Hendry, Sergeant Frank Arthur Hendry, Captain George Arthur Dudley Hendry, Private George Russell Hendry, Private James Patterson Hendry, Private John Henry Hendy, Corporal Edward Morris Hennigan, Lance Corporal Brian Henley, Private William John Henley, Sergeant Douglas Owen Henn, Private Gordon Joseph Hennessy, Private Peter Hennessy, Guardsman James Hennessy, Trooper Frederick Percival Henning, Gunner Bruce H. Henry, Private Evan Henry, Private George Frederick Henry, Corporal Erwin Norman Henry, Corporal James M. Henry, Lance Sergeant Robert Henry Henry, Trooper Thomas Halliburton Henry, Private John Henson, Lieutenant John Henry Gisby Henson, Private Thomas Henson, Private Frank Henstock, Private Arnold Henwood, Rifleman John Henwood, Sergeant John Story Hepburn, Private William George Hepburn, Gunner Ronald Hepworth, Captain Anthony Douglas Herbert, Private Edward James Herbert, Corporal Henry Roy Herbert, Private Morris George Herbert, Private Richard Henry Thomas Herbert, Lieutenant Roy George Herbert, Sergeant George Gilmer Hercus, Private Gladstone Faulkner Hurd, Corporal William R. M. Hurd, Gunner Walter Ridley Herdman, Lieutenant Colonel Hugh Owen Seymour Herden, Trooper John Heron, Driver James Hercus, Lance Corporal Bernard William Herlihy, Lance Corporal Harold Tracy Herman, Guardsman Raymond William Herman, Gunner Alexander Halliday Heron, Sergeant Kenneth Royston Heron, Guardsman Stuart Pearson Heron, Private Hervé Héroux, Private Joseph Roland Héroux, Warrant Officer Second Class John Herricane, Lance Corporal Cyril Edmund Herridge, Private Harry Herridge, Private William Henry Herridge, Lieutenant Albert Henry Herring, Private John Leonard Herring, Sergeant Reginald Henry Herring, Private Roderick MacNeil Herity, Private John Herod, Signalman Herbert Joseph Herold, Sergeant John Hesford, Guardsman Glyn James Hesketh, Trooper Fred Hesselwood, Sergeant Frederick Lawrence Heslin, Rifleman Geoffrey William Heslington, Private George Hesp, Trooper Kenneth Hespin, Private Lawrence John Emil Hess, Trooper Cecil Hetherington, Sergeant Frank Hetherington, Private William Johnson Kitchener Hetherington, Trooper William Walton Hetherington, Lance Bombardier Arthur Clarence Hoydebourg, Lance Corporal William Jack Hewer, Lance Corporal Frederick Charles Hewitt, Private Richard Herbert Hewitt, Private Robert John David William Hesp Hewick, Private Thomas Henry Hewings, Private Clement Hewitson, Captain Malcolm Yeoman Hewitson, Private Albert Hewitt, Private Alfred Hewitt, Gunner Arthur Hewitt, Signalman Bertram Hewitt, Bombardier Frank W. Hewitt, Private Frederick Norman Hewitt, Sergeant George Hewitt, Rifleman George Brutnell Hewitt, Gunner Hilary Charles Hewitt, Flight Sergeant James Hewitt, Private Joseph Hewitt, Sergeant Leslie Bertram Hewitt, Rifleman Sidney Hewitt, Private Walter Hewitt, Private Walter George Hewitt, Private Sidney Clifford Hewlett, Trooper William John Hewlett, Private Frederick Arthur Hewson, Sergeant Ashton Usher Hay, Private Robert Victor Hayden, Lieutenant Richard Haynes, Gunner Harry Hayes, Corporal Charles Allen Haywood, Flight Lieutenant Edward Kinder Haywood, Sapper Rupert Haywood, Fusilier Charles Arthur Hayworth, Flying Officer Ernest Osborne Hayworth, Private John Arthur Hibbard, Leading Telegraphist Ernest Frederick George Hibbard, Second Lieutenant John Ernest Hibbard, Sapper William Charles Harry Hibbard, Private Arthur Hibbert, Corporal Reginald Bertrand Hibbett, Private Thomas Robert Hibbs, Private Albert Edward Hibdidge, Private Arthur Kenneth Hitchens, Captain John Hitchens, Major Benjamin Hick, Private Roland Hicken, Lance Corporal Dennis Patrick Hickey, Rifleman George William Hickey, Private John Hickey, Trooper Leonard Hicken, Corporal William Hickling, Corporal Charles Harold Hickman, Sergeant Edwin Saxon Hickman, Private John Alfred Hickman, Private William Hickman, Sapper Alfred Percy Hicks, Flight Lieutenant Clifford Waldron Hicks, Private Frederick Henry Hicks, Private Leonard Joseph Hicks, Private Raymond Gilbert Hicks, Private Richard Harold Hicks, Second Lieutenant Ronald John Sidney Hicks, Private Stanley Walter Rex Hicks, Lance Sergeant Wilfred Norton Hicks, Corporal Frank Edward Hickson, Private James Henry Hickson, Lance Corporal John Marvin Hickson, Private Robert Frank Joseph Hickson, Corporal David Marville Hiddleboe, Sergeant Harry Higginbottom, Private Aubrey Brown Higgins, Rifleman Charles Edward Higgins, Private Charles Henry Higgins, Lance Corporal Cyril Higgins, Lance Corporal Daniel Macaulay Higgins, Gunner Dennis Higgins, Private Edward Royston Higgins, Corporal Edwin Cashmore Higgins, Rifleman Edwin Gordon Higgins, Private Frederick Leonard Charles Higgins, Private Leslie Charles Higgins, Gunner Louis Higgins, Sergeant Stanislaus Higgins, Trooper Struan A. Higgins, Lieutenant Geoffrey Charles Higginson, Corporal Henry Joseph Higginson, Private James Higginson, Gunner James Higginson, Lieutenant Peter Jerry Higginson, Sergeant Thomas Spencer Higgett, Private Stanley William Higgs, Trooper Victor Higgs, Gunner William Arthur Higgs, Private Lorne High, Gunner George Hyam, Warrant Officer First Class Tom Reginald Hyham, Flight Lieutenant Douglas Charles Highfield, Lance Bombardier Ernest Hignett, Lieutenant David Gordon Hilborn, Private John Hilder, Private George Hildred, Rifleman Albert Edward Hildreth, Lance Corporal Frank Hildreth, Private Fred Lloyd Hilker, Private Alan Hill, Lance Sergeant Albert Hill, Private Alexander Martin Hill, Private Alfred Hill, Private Arthur Hill, Major Arthur Charles Coppinger Hill, Trooper Benjamin Hill, Major Charles Christie Hill, Captain Charles Herbert Hill, Private Charles William Hill, Lieutenant Derek Arthur Hill, Sergeant Douglas Hill, Driver Douglas Henry Hill, Guardsman Edward Hill, Private Ernest Hill, Corporal Ernest Charles Hill, Sapper Ernest Francis Hill, Private Ernest Glenmore Hill, Bombardier Everett Ivan Hill, Private Francis Henry Lovell Hill, Private Frederick William Hill, Private George Alexander Hill,
Warrant Officer Second Class
George Ernest Hill, Private George Leonard Hill, Private George William Hill, Sergeant Gwynfor Philip Hill, Private Harold Dennis Hill, Guardsman Henry Hill, Lieutenant Henry Kenneth Hill, Gunner Hildred Swithin Hill, Sapper James Hill, Private James Edward Hill, Private James George Hill, Private John Hill, Guardsman John Hill, Trooper John Hill, Bombardier John Alfred Hill, Private John Henry Hill, Second Lieutenant John Herbert William Hill, Lance Corporal John William Hill, Lance Corporal John William Hill, Private Kenneth Hill, Corporal Kenneth Hill, Bombardier Kenneth Hill, Private Leslie John Hill, Lieutenant Malcolm Hill, Private Richard Worsley Hill, Lance Corporal Robert Hill, Sergeant Robert Clive Hill, Private Robert James Hill, Private Robert Stewart Hill, Lance Sergeant Ronald J. Hill, Sergeant Sidney Hill, Private Thomas Alfred Hill, Trooper Thomas B. Hill, Gunner Thomas Edward Hill, Trooper Thomas John Hill, Private Walter Hill, Private Walter Vincent Hill, Lance Corporal Wilfred Owen Hill, Lance Sergeant William Allen Hill, Corporal Morris Wilmot Hillaby, Sapper Albert Hillard, Private John Hildon, Sergeant George Andrew Hildesheim, Trooper Donald Brock Hilliard, Private Ernest Edward Hilliard, Lance Corporal George Charles Hilliard, Trooper Bernard Edwin Hillier, Trooper Dennis James Hillier, Lance Corporal George Eustace Hillier, Rifleman Herbert Maxwell Hillier, Gunner Morris Albert Hillier, Corporal Ronald Henry Hillier, Private Harold Bernard Hillis, Private Alfred George Hillman, Corporal George William Hillman, Sergeant Leonard Wesley Hillman, Guardsman Reginald Hillman, Lance Corporal Samuel James Hillman, Private Arthur Edward Hills, Private Charles Harold Hills, Rifleman Glenn Lyon Hills, Lance Sergeant Henry George Hills, Private Victor William Hills, Private Walter Jack Hills, Lance Sergeant Frederick John Hilliard, Trooper Robert Hillier, Private Alexander George Hilsentaker, Private Andrew Mentier Hilson, Corporal Arthur Hilton, Corporal Edward Hilton, Private Emmanuel Hilton, Gunner Jack Hilton, Fusilier John Hilton, Private Terence Hilton, Private Hiltz, Private George Hinchcliffe, Private George Hinchcliffe, Corporal Ernest Hinchliffe, Trooper Peter Hinchliffe, Lance Sergeant George Alfred Hind, Private James Hind, Driver John Arthur Hind, Private Percy Samuel Hindle, Private Ronald Hindle, Lance Corporal Edward Hindley, Private John Thomas Hindmarsh, Trooper Wilfred Lawson Hindmarsh, Private David Hindmarsh, Private Edward Thomas Hindmarsh, Private John Burkett Hindmoor, Private Douglas William Hinds, Private Reginald Robert Hinds, Private Reginald Hine, Trooper Ronald Thomas Hine, Sergeant George James Hines, Sergeant Henry Hinnett, Corporal William Arthur Hingley, Private Gerald Hingston, Private Daniel Richard Hinckley, Private Arthur Roy John Hinks, Gunner Frank Griffiths Hinks, Private James Pollock Hinchelwood, Trooper Gordon Hinsley, Lance Sergeant John Hinson, Trooper William Leslie Hinson, Corporal Cecil Leonard Hinton, Lieutenant Hugh Frederick Hinton, Private Kenneth John Hinton, Lieutenant Leslie Albert Hinton, Sergeant Edward George Hipkiss, Private Ronald Blair Hipkiss, Corporal Frank Joseph Hip, Private Terence Hippisley Cox, Craftsman Geoffrey Desmond Hipwell, Trooper John Edmund Hurd, Trooper John Henry Hurd, Private Percy Henry Hirons, Sapper Frederick Hurst, Sapper John Henry Cox Hurst, Trooper Leonard John Hiscock, Corporal Arthur Hiscox, Lance Corporal George Robert Hislop, Lieutenant Joseph Kerr Hislop, Private Henry George Hitchcock, Private Michael Joseph Hitchin, Gunner Ronald Robert Hitchens, Private Leonard George Hitchings, Private Harry Hitchins, Gunner Arthur Edward Hode, Lance Sergeant Dennis William Hoare, Private Ernest Hoare, Private Brian Henry Hoth, Private David Elgin Hoth, Sapper William Hobart, Private John Patrick Hobbins, Private Michael Hobbins, Marine William Hobbins, Private Albert Frank Hobbs, Lance Corporal Harry Edwin George Hobbs, Private John Hobbs, Private Kenneth Gordon Hobbs, Sergeant Leslie George Hobbs, Private William Albert Hobbs, Private Victor Reginald Hobby, Lieutenant Leonard Manning Hobday, Private John Leonard Hobden, Private William Francis Hobrow, Sergeant Bertram Frederick Hobson, Gunner Geoffrey Norris Hobson, Lieutenant Guy Hobson, Lieutenant John Gibson Hobson, Private Walter James Hockin, Lance Sergeant Alfred George Hocking, Trooper Frederick George Hockley, Gunner Alfred Stanley Hockney, Private Fred Holt Hoctor, Guardsman Thomas Hodder, Private John Henry Hoddinott, Trooper William Ronald Hoddinott, Corporal Albert Hodge, Colour Sergeant Andrew Thompson Hodge, Major Frederick Edward Hodge, Rifleman John William Hodge, Private Joseph Wilson Hodge, Guardsman Thomas Albert Hodge, Private George Frederick Hodges, Private Leslie Hodges, Private Raymond Hodges, Corporal Robert Richard Hodges, Signalman Walter Frederick Hodges, Corporal Dennis James Ernest Hodgetts, Private Moses Hodgkins, Gunner Richard Hodgkinson, Private Edwin Alfred Hodgkisson, Private William Richard Hodgkiss, Private Frank Hodgson, Guardsman Frederick Hodgson, Lance Corporal George Hodgson, Trooper George Hodgson, Private George Hodgson, Lance Corporal George Earl Hodgson, Private Gerard Hodgson, Private Henry Hodgson, Private Henry Philip Hodgson, Private Henry Richard Hodgson, Fusilier Jack Hodgson, Rifleman James Lawrence Stanley Hodgson, Private John Hodgson, Rifleman Leo Fred Hodgson, Lance Corporal Richard William Hodgson, Private Robert Hodgson, Gunner Ronald Ernest Hodgson, Corporal Samuel Richard Hodgson, Private Thomas Hodgson, Private Wilfred Hodgson, Lance Sergeant William Foster Arthur Hodgson, Trooper Philip Pope Hodkinson, Corporal James Hodnett, Second Lieutenant David John Hudsman, Private Richard Hudson, Corporal Edward Oscar Hulka, Rifleman Raymond Keith Hoer, Private Madison John Hoey, Private Robert Hoey, Lieutenant Trevor Ferguson Hoey, Rifleman Joseph Arthur George Hoff, Private Arthur John Hogan, Private George Hogan, Rifleman Gordon Joseph Hogan, Gunner James Hogan, Private Nelson J. Hogan, Private Paul Hogan, Lance Sergeant James Stewart Hogarth, Lance Corporal Edward Charles Hogg, Gunner George Albert Hogg, Second Lieutenant Hugh Norman Hogg, Trooper John Robert Hogg, Trooper John Wallace Hogg, Sergeant Louis George Hogg, Captain Michael Cyril Trower Hogg, Sergeant Robert Hogg, Private Roy Douglas Hogg, Lieutenant Kenneth Hoggard, Fusilier John Raymond Hogarth, Private Harry Holbrook, Fusilier Trevor George Holbrook, Gunner Percival Leonard Holcomb, Private Edward Holden, Private Harry Holden, Trooper Harry Holden, Private Harry Dockeray Holden, Sergeant John Holden, Private John Holden, Private Kenneth Holden, Fusilier Kevin Holden, Rifleman Stanley Holden, Trooper Vivian Harold Holden, Guardsman Wilfred Holden, Private Clifford Holder, Sapper Richard William Holder, Gunner Bertram Noel Holding, Sergeant Frank Holding, Private George William Holdroyd, Rifleman Frank Victor Holdstock, Private Harry Edward Holdstock, Trooper Stephen Holdstock, Private Alfred Holdsworth, Signalman Kenneth Holdsworth, Private Aubrey Frank Hole, Lance Corporal Ronald Walter Hole, Corporal William James Holgate, Private Joseph Holliday, Guardsman George Holodenka, Private David Holland, Guardsman Donald Henry Holland, Private Edward Holland, Sergeant Ernest John Holland, Battery Quartermaster Sergeant Frederick Walter Holland, Private George Harold Holland, Private George Leonard Holland, Private Harry Holland, Gunner Hubert Thomas Holland, Private Ian Stewart Holland, Sapper Jack Holland, Sergeant John Holland, Captain John Clement Holland, Lance Sergeant Morris George Holland, Private Michael John Holland, Private Thomas Holland, Private William Harold Holland, Private Albert Edward Hollands, Corporal Alfred Hollands, Lance Bombardier Frank Hollands, Trooper William Henry Hollands, Guardsman Francis Holly, Corporal Joseph Holly, Private Thomas William Hollick, Lance Bombardier Dennis John Holliday, Private George Holliday, Private George Lawrence Hollingdale, Lieutenant Anthony Howard Hollingsworth, Pilot Officer Derek Reginald Hollingsworth, Sapper Peter Hollingsworth, Driver Gordon Frederick Alfred Hollins, Major Peter Thorne Hollins, Driver Harold Hollinshead, Private Albert Hollis, Private Charles Frederick Hollis, Corporal John Hollis, Trooper Thomas Frederick Hollis, Private Arthur John Holloway, Private Charles Henry Holloway, Private Samuel James Holloway, Lance Sergeant George Alfred Hollocks, Private Alfred William Hollyholmes, Corporal Gordon Tusen Holm, Lieutenant Colonel Joseph Guest Holman, Corporal Horace Arthur Holmans, Lieutenant Dennis George Edmonds Home, Private Alan Holmes, Lance Corporal David Holmes, Corporal Douglas Holmes, Private Edward John Holmes, Private Emmanuel William Holmes, Rifleman Frank Holmes, Guardsman Fred Thomas Holmes, Driver Frederick Holmes, Lance Corporal Frederick Holmes, Private Frederick Walter Holmes, Signalman Geoffrey Holmes, Warrant Officer Geoffrey Charles Christie Holmes, Private George Gorham Holmes, Fusilier Gordon Holmes, Corporal John Holmes, Private John Holmes, Leading Aircraftman John Sinclair Holmes, Lance Corporal Joseph Holmes, Private Joseph William Holmes, Gunner Leslie Holmes, Lieutenant Oliver Lockington Holmes, Trooper Robert F. R. Holmes, Gunner Robert William Holmes, Gunner Wilfred Murray Holmes, Lance Corporal William Samuel Holmes, Private William James Homestead, Rifleman Frederick William George Holness, Private William John Holness, Private Leslie Holpin, Gunner Exley Holroyd, Fusilier Frank Bourgogne Holroyd, Signalman John Holroyd, Drummer Louis Holroyd, Driver Robert Carter Holroyd, Private Ethelbert Holstein, Corporal Baden Levisco Holt, Gunner Bernard William Holt, Guardsman George Holt, Lance Sergeant George Frederick Holt, Trooper Gerald B. Holt, Private Leslie Holt, Lance Corporal Reginald Percy Holt, Stoker First Class Sidney Holt, Sapper William George Holt, Private William Walter Holt, Trooper Anthony Arnold Holton, Lance Sergeant William John Holvey, Trooper Leslie Edward Holwell, Corporal George Thomas Hollier, Private Jabez Griffiths Hollier, Private Edwin Harvey Holyoke, Fusilier Vivian Homan, Private Thomas Percy Homer, Trooper Frederick Arthur Homewood,
Warrant Officer Second Class,
Jack Edgar Homewood, Captain John Charles Richards Humphrey, Trooper Clarence Edward Homuth, Private George Ernest Holmes, Private David Honey, Fusilier Ronald Leslie Honey, Private Frank Honeyben, Lance Sergeant George Campbell Honeycomb, Major Frederick Harvey Honeyman, Private Richard William Honeyman, Flying Officer Joseph Hong, Gunner Arthur Franklin Hood, Rifleman Charles Stewart Hood, Captain Samuel Charles Holland Hood, Flying Officer Thomas Macaulay Hood, Rifleman William Charles Hood, Private Charles William Hook, Private David Hook, Gunner Sidney Arthur Hook, Lieutenant Edward Henry Hook, Gunner Leslie Percy Hook, Trooper Geoffrey Richard Barton Hooker, Private James Richard Hooker, Private Thomas Hooker, Guardsman James Hooks, Private Frank Hull, Private Fred Hull, Private Joseph Cottam Hull, Private Kenneth Hulley, Private William Hulley, Gunner Albert Eric Hooper, Trooper Albert Harold Hooper, Gunner Edward Hooper, Private Emrys George Hooper, Lance Corporal Frederick Edward Hooper, Trooper Frederick Harry Hooper, Lieutenant Geoffrey Donald Hooper, Signalman George Hooper, Trooper James Albert Hooper, Flight Lieutenant John Clifford Ingledew Hooper, Private Leslie James Hooper, Sergeant Leslie James Hooper, Lance Corporal Raymond Earl Hooper, Bombardier Ronald J. Hooper, Private Sidney Hooper, Corporal Thomas Edward Hooper, Bombardier John Kitchener Houghton, Corporal Gordon Hoover, Private William George Hopcroft, Gunner Albert Nathaniel Hope, Lance Corporal Alfred Raymond Hope, Private Bragan Joseph Hope, Lieutenant Gordon Irving Hope, Private Harry Hope, Captain John Anthony Hope, Captain Morris James Hope, Trooper Paul Hope, Flight Sergeant Stanley Hope, Private George Peter Hopf, Staff Sergeant Colin Harold Hopgood, Private William Guthrie Aitken Hopgood, Fusilier Alfred George Hopkins, Private Arthur Philip Hopkins, Private Aubrey Hopkins, Private Augustus Cyril Hopkins, Private Cecil Edward Hopkins, Corporal David Henry Hopkins, Bombardier Ernest Curtis Hopkins, Private Frederick Christopher Daniel Hopkins, Private George Alfred Hopkins, Sapper Gerald Hopkins, Gunner Idris John Hopkins, Trooper John Hopkins, Gunner John Ronald Hopkins, Private Joseph Frederick Thomas Hopkins, Trooper Morris Herbert Hopkins, Lieutenant Nigel John Hopkins, Driver Owen Hopkins, Private Thomas John Hopkins, Warrant Officer Kenneth Martin Hopley, Lance Sergeant Lewis Charles Hopley, Sergeant Harold Hopper, Sergeant Jack Hopper, Sergeant Jack Sinclair Hopper, Private James Henry Hopper, Major John Oliver Hopper, Sergeant George Albert Hoppet, Private William Hops, Private Joseph Hobson, Rifleman Thomas Hobson, Fusilier Donald Hopwood, Bombardier Gwilym Roland Hopwood, Sergeant James Horan, Marine John Edward Hordell, Driver Eric Alexander Christian Horden, Private Ernest Horden, Private George Arthur Horleston, Private George Horley, Lieutenant Montague Bernard Horley, Sergeant Arthur Horlick, Private Eric Horn, Lieutenant John Bruce Horn, Gunner Joseph Bernard Horn, Private Norman Walter Horn, Lance Corporal George Hornby, Lieutenant Jack Harold Hornby, Private John Hornby, Gunner Donald Woodrow Horn, Guardsman Edwin James Godfrey Horn, Sergeant George Hubert Charles Horn, Private Harry Horn, Able Seaman John Horn, Captain John Derrick Horn, Private Leslie Horn, Private Robert James Gordon Horn, Private Walter Horn, Pilot Officer Douglas Carter Horner, Sergeant John Horner, Trooper Leslie Hornsby, Lance Corporal Robert Hornsby, Private John Horan, Sergeant Leslie Albert George Horace, Sergeant Bert Horrobin, Private Alan Horrocks, Private K. Horrocks, Corporal Vernon Noel Horrocks, Sapper George Arthur Horsley, Second Lieutenant Kenneth George Horsley, Private William Harry Horseman, Private William Horsepool, Corporal John Horst, Private Arthur Herbert James Horton, Private Arthur Samuel Horton, Rifleman Charles Allen Horton, Fusilier Charles Arthur Horton, Able Seaman George Verdun Horton, Private John Thomas Horton, Lance Bombardier Leslie Charles Horton, Second Lieutenant Patrick Crofton Horton, Lance Corporal Peter James Horton, Private Alexander Julius Horvath, Driver Benjamin Sidney Hosegood, Corporal William Hosey, Corporal Kenneth Roy Hoskin, Private Harry Kitchener Hosking, Flight Lieutenant Leslie Dennis Hosking, Lance Corporal Albert John Hoskins, Marine Edgar John Hoskins, Lance Corporal Herbert Hodgkin, Second Lieutenant Daniel Roscoe Hodson, Private John Hotot, Private Mervyn W. Houck, Corporal Albert Huff, Private Donald Huff, Private George W. Huff, Rifleman Henry James Huff, Guardsman Horace George Huff. Private James L. D. Huff, Private Dennis Harold Houghton, Flight Sergeant Eric George Houghton, Corporal Frederick Houghton, Sergeant Frederick Alexander Houghton, Gunner Lawrence Edward Houghton, Sergeant Leo Marsh Houghton, Private Thomas Houghton, Private Thomas Randall Houghton, Private Herbert Sidney Holden, Private Alan Holsworth, Sergeant Tom Ford Holsworth, Rifleman Alfred Uhl, Gunner William George Holton, Sergeant Ernest Sidney Hounslow, Lance Corporal Earl Hoard, Corporal Ernest George Edmund House, Driver Joseph Thomas House, Private Arthur William Houseman, Private John Housley, Private Charles Houston, Private Robert Houston, Private William H. Houston, Private Gerald Thomas Hovey, Trooper Sidney Jack William Howe, Private Michael Howanick, Rifleman Alexander Percy William Howard, Signalman Alexander Villeneuve Lloyd Howard, Lance Sergeant Anthony Riot Gordon Howard, Lance Corporal Christopher Clifford Howard, Private Edward Howard, Flight Sergeant George John Howard, Private George Joseph Howard, Private Harold John Howard, Private Harry Howard, Sergeant Harry Alfred Howard, Gunner Ivor Cornelius Howard, Lieutenant John Howard, Major Mark Paul Jeffrey Howard, Private Michael J. Howard, Private Norman Leslie Howard, Private Thomas Howard, Rifleman Thomas Henry Howard, Rifleman Walter Chadwick Howard, Trooper William Harold John Howard, Trooper Alfred Joseph Howarth, Private Edwin Howarth, Private George Howarth, Lance Corporal George Edward Howarth, Gunner John Howarth, Captain John Howarth, Lance Corporal Leonard Howarth, Corporal Sidney Howarth, Private Ernest Howden, Fusilier Fred Howe, Private Frederick Thomas Howe, Private Henry Charles Howe, Private Henry William Herbert Howe, Private Jack Jeffrey Howe, Sergeant John Valentine Howe, Private Leslie Howe, Private Ronald Howe, Private Walter Alfred Howe, Staff Sergeant William Richard Howe, Private John Arthur Howell, Lance Sergeant David John Howells, Private Hayden Howells, Private Kenneth Thomas Howells, Private Lionel Howells, Bombardier Percy Douglas Howells, Private Richard George Howells, Private Robert Alfred Howells, Lance Corporal Thomas James Howells, Corporal Thomas John Howells, Private William Howells, Signalman Douglas G. Howes, Fusilier Herbert Lawrence Howes, Lance Corporal John Howes, Private Raymond John Howes, Captain Peter Thomas Howes Dufton, Private George Howie, Gunner Richard McBain Howie, Trooper Clarence Magnus Haug, Fusilier Hector MacDonald Wallace Howgate, Lieutenant Colonel Charles Henry Roger Howie, Captain Gavin D.L. Howie, Trooper Robert Howie, Lieutenant Peter Gordon Francis Howitt, Lance Corporal Frederick Harold Hawkins, Trooper Donald Frederick Howell, Private Albert Edward Howlett, Lance Sergeant Arnold Edward Howlett, Trooper Henry Norman James Howlett, Private Percy Douglas Howlett, Private Daniel Michael Howley, Private Herbert Wilfred Howling, Private Douglas William Howson, Corporal James Stanley Howson, Private Thomas Henry Hoyes, Private John Stuart Hoyland, Trooper Arnold Geoffrey Hoyle, Private Donald Hoyle, Corporal John Edmund Hoyle, Lance Corporal Norman Hoyle, Corporal William Hoyle, Sergeant Clifford Ernest Huard, Rifleman Francis Wilfred Hubbard, Private George Edward Hubbard, Flying Officer Sidney Charles Hubbard, Captain Desmond Ellis Hubble, Private Albert Hubbocks, Gunner Gordon A. Hubley, Private Harold Hubley, Private Henry Huck, Lance Corporal Robert Huck, Trooper George Duncan Huckell, Private Norman Arthur Huckle, Private Ernest William Kenneth Huddle, Private Jack Huddleston, Sergeant Douglas George Lilburn Huddleston, Lance Corporal Robert Huddleston, Staatsseestraslet Felix Huddes, Lieutenant Alan Gray Hudson, Private Arnold Hudson, Fusilier Charles Tipper Hudson, Private Cyril Alfred Hudson, Corporal Dennis Hudson, Private Ernest Hudson, Colour Sergeant Henry Hudson, Corporal Herbert Hudson, Private James Hudson, Sergeant Joseph Hudson, Private Leslie Hudson, Lance Corporal Roderick Hudson, Lance Corporal Ronald Hudson, Sergeant Russell DeForest Hudson, Private Sidney Hudson, Lance Corporal Stephen Hudson, Private Thomas Hudson, Gunner William Hudson, Gunner William A. Hudson, Private Wilson Hudson, Private Harold Robert Hudson, Gunner Armand J. Huet, Sergeant Clarence H. Huffman, Private Jack Huggins, Lieutenant Albert Edward Hughes, Lieutenant Alfred Hughes, Rifleman Andrew Donny Hughes, Private Bert Hughes, Private Charles Edward Hughes, Lance Bombardier Christopher Sulgwyn Hughes, Staff Sergeant Cyril J.C. Hughes, Private David Emrys Hughes, Fusilier David George Hughes, Private David Leonard Hughes, Sergeant Dennis Hughes, Private Edward Alwyn Hughes, Private Edward F. Hughes, Trooper Edward Idwell Hughes, Lance Sergeant Edwin James Hughes, Sergeant Eric Hughes, Corporal Eric William Lloyd Hughes, Corporal Francis Hughes, Private Frank William Hughes, Lieutenant Glenn William Hughes, Fusilier Griffith John Hughes, Fusilier Gwilym Lloyd Hughes, Private Harold Hughes, Private Harold Joel Hughes, Gunner Harold William Hughes, Trooper Harry Hughes, Lieutenant Harry Franklin Hughes, Private Henry John Hughes, Private Hugh Benedict Hughes, Fusilier Hugh Charles Hughes, Private Idris Melville Hughes, Private James Hughes, Private James Hughes, Fusilier James Hughes, Private John 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 A. M. Hughes, Trooper John Herbert Hughes, Fusilier John Hugh Hughes, Fusilier Jonathan Hughes, Lieutenant Kenneth Stephen Timothy Hughes, Flight Sergeant Laurie Frederick Hughes, Guardsman Luther Hughes, Gunner Owen Wynne Hughes, Private Patrick Hughes, Private Reginald Thomas Hughes, Private Richard Hughes, Private Robert Hughes, Leading Cook S. Robert Hughes, Private Robert Frederick Hughes, Driver Robert Richard Hughes, Private Roland C. Hughes, Sapper Sidney Hughes, Trooper Stanley Owen Hughes, Fusilier Thomas Hughes, Sergeant Thomas Hughes, Private Thomas James Hughes, Corporal Walter James Frederick Hughes, Private Walter Robert Hughes, Private William Hughes, Private William Edward Hughes, Gunner William Robert Hughes, Corporal Norman Hughes Bryan, Private Eric George Hewson, Lieutenant Ward Campbell Hewson, Private Arthur Hugill, Trooper Morris Robert Hugill, Private William Loder Hewish, Private George Edward Hewlett, Lance Corporal Frederick Henry John Hulbert, Lance Sergeant Albert Edwin Hull, Private Dennis Frederick Hull, Lance Sergeant Harry Hull, Corporal Herbert Hull, Trooper Thomas John Hull, Trooper Victor Hull, Private John Hulley, Private Albert Hume, Lieutenant Patrick Ernest Hume, Corporal Walter Hume, Lance Corporal William Ronald Hume, Sergeant Arthur Holmes, Guardsman Herbert Holmes, Corporal Horace Edward John Hulse, Private William Hulse, Private Thomas Charles Hulston, Private William Hulston, Private Edward Hulstrom, Lance Corporal Arthur Thomas Humber, Private James Humble,
Warrant Officer Second Class,
John Frank Humble, Lieutenant Richard Humble, Corporal Reginald Humbles, Driver Albert Francis William Hume, Private Henry Hume, Lance Bombardier Leonard James Hume, Trooper Murdoch Matheson Hume, Bombardier Ronald Hume, Rifleman John Humenick, Private Abraham Humphrey, Trooper Anthony Humphrey, Gunner Arthur Humphrey, Private Clayton L. Humphrey, Trooper John Frederick Charles Humphrey, Marine Charles Harry Humphreys, Lance Corporal David Gwynfryn Humphreys, Corporal Eric Raymond Humphreys, Sergeant Gordon Humphreys, Sergeant Henry William Charles Humphreys, Guardsman Herbert Humphreys, Trooper John Derrick Humphreys, Lance Corporal Leslie Humphreys, Private Leslie George Humphreys, Sergeant Alec Victor Douglas Humphreys, Private Arthur Humphreys, Private Dennis Charles Humphreys, Private Edmund John Humphreys, Trooper Harold James Humphreys, Private Henry Arthur Humphreys, Private James George Humphreys, Private John Humphreys, Private John Gilbert Humphreys, Private Raymond William Humphreys, Craftsman Robert J. Humphreys, Trooper Sidney Humphreys, Private Trevor Vivian Humphreys, Able Seaman William J. Humphreys, Bombardier Frederick W. Hungate, Trooper Albert Hunn, Private Bernard Hunsley, Corporal Albert James Hunt, Private Andrew R. Hunt, Guardsman Cyril Hunt, Private Cyril Reginald Hunt, Private Douglas Haig Hunt, Leading Seaman Ernest Hunt, Private Frederick John Hunt, Lance Sergeant George Robert Hunt, Craftsman George William Hunt, Private Horace Hunt, Lance Corporal James Harold Hunt, Lance Sergeant Leonard Hunt, Rifleman Newburn H. Hunt, Private Ronald James Hunt, Corporal Roy Hunt, Driver Sidney George Hunt, Trooper William George Hunt, Rifleman William James Hunt, Private William Patrick Claude Hunt, Driver Albert Edward Hunter, Private Alexander Hunter, Private Alexander Blair Hunter, Private Alexander Smith Hunter, Sapper Andrew Hunter, Able Seaman Andrew Hunter, Marine Callie Lovell Hunter, Private Charles E. Hunter, Private David R. Hunter, Private Douglas Bruce Hunter, Private Garfield J. Hunter, Sapper George Hunter, Gunner George Alfred William Hunter, Private George F. Hunter, Private James Hunter, Gunner James Hunter, Gunner Gerald Franklin Hunter, Lance Corporal John James Hunter, Flight Sergeant Joseph Robert Hunter, Lieutenant Peter Derrick Vassar Hunter, Trooper Raymond Hunter, Captain Robert Arbuthnot Hunter, Captain Robert Gordon Hunter, Lance Corporal Thomas Hunter, Sergeant Walter Henry R. Hunter, Guardsman William Hunter, Corporal William Albert Hunter, Private William E. Hunter, Staff Sergeant Hunter, Trooper John Huntington, Private William Huntley, Private John Hunton, Private Claude Uo,
Warrant Officer First Class,
John Hurd, Private Philip Hurden, Private John Hurdy, Gunner Harry Herford, Private Leonard Hurl, Private Daniel Roderick Hurley, Trooper Edward Frederick Hurley, Lance Corporal Leon Hurley, Private Robert James Hurley, Corporal Emlyn Charles Hurlow, Trooper Stanley Louis Hurlston, Private Rex William Thomas Herman, Private Henry Arthur Harrell, Private Vernie Albert Harrell, Private Alfred George Hurren, Private Richard Hurry, Rifleman James Hersey, Driver Albert Hurst, Private Carmen J. C. Hurst, Captain Dennis James Sutherland Hurst, Private Desmond Andrew Hurst, Private Norman Cyril James Hurst, Trooper Reginald Arthur Hurst, Private Richard Henry Hurst, Lance Bombardier Wilfred Hurst, Private William Harold Hurst, Rifleman Alfred Husak, Private Charles Richard Husbands, Lance Corporal George James Husbands, Private Sigurd Norman Huser, Trooper William Samuel Hush, Private Joseph Ronald Hushen, Private Ronald J. Huskins, Sapper Arthur Hussey, Private Frederick Hussey, Private Gordon Lewis Hussey, Corporal Lawrence Hussey, Lieutenant Colonel Thomas Ethelston Hussey, Private Wilfred J. Hutch, Sergeant Albert Ernest Hutchby, Private Philip Hutchcraft, Lance Corporal Arthur Stanley Walter Hutcherson, Sapper Gregor Hutchison, Trooper Edward J. T. Hutchings, Private Herbert Bentham Hutchings,
Warrant Officer Second Class,
John Edward Philip Hutchings, Private Lewis Ronald Hutchings, Private Monty Frederick Hutchings, Gunner Ronald Valentine Hutchings, Private Edward Hutchins, Gunner George Aylmer Hutchins, Private James William Hutchins,
Warrant Officer Second Class,
William Fred Hutchins, Private David Hutchinson, Private George Frederick Hutchinson, Private George William Hutchinson, Trooper Jack Hutchinson, Private James Lancaster Hutchinson, Lance Corporal James Reginald Hutchinson, Private John J. Hutchinson, Trooper Kenneth Middleton Hutchinson, Private Robert Thomas Hutchinson, Sergeant Ronald Hutchinson, Rifleman Ronald Hutchinson, Private Samuel Harry Hutchinson, Private Walter Hutchinson, Private William Allen Hutchinson, Private James Hutchison, Trooper Jim Hutchison, Fusilier Thomas Hutchison, Fusilier Norman Huthart, Gunner Kenneth Irving Hutt, Captain Alexander Hutton, Private Frederick Joseph Hutton, Private Gordon Hutton, Lance Corporal Harry Hutton, Fusilier Henry Hutton, Sergeant Hugh Patrick Hutton, Private Michael Hutton, Private Philip Hutton, Private Thomas Hutton, Captain Walter Lloyd Hutton, Lance Corporal William Rennie Hutton, Private Arthur James Huxham, Rifleman Dennis Frederick Ernest Huxley, Sapper James Richard Huxley, Rifleman Charles Husick, Trooper Eric William Hyam, Marine Charles Thomas Hyatt, Private Arthur Jonathan Hyde, Private Douglas Cecil Hyde, Private Harry Hyde, Sapper George Hydes, Private Matthew Hidichuk, Private Albert Frederick Hyland, Captain Eric David Hyland, Private John Hyland, Private John Hyland, Private Walter Arnold Hyland, Private Arthur Gilchrist Hylands, Private Gordon Heimers, Private Frank Hynam, Lance Corporal Alan Hind, Corporal Fred A. Hislop,
Private Gregoris Yakovu, Private Gerald Ilanson, Rifleman George William Ibbotson, Lance Corporal Frank Ibbotson, Corporal Raymond Easton, Lance Corporal Alvin Idle, Gunner Harold George Ifield, Lance Corporal Ernest Isles, Lance Corporal Ernest Sidney Isles, Sapper George Isles, Sergeant John Adrian Iliff, Private Joseph John Illidge, Private Stanley Illingsworth, Private Jack Illingworth, Private Robert Nelson Imms, Corporal Henry Rowland Impey, Pilot Officer George John Imrie, Private John Imrie, Private Francis Baden Inge, Trooper Alfred Innocen, Private John Robert Ing, Private Harry Ingham, Private John Verdon Ingham, Gunner Robert Ingham, Gunner Stanley Ingham, Private Basil Evans Ingle, Private Sidney Thomas Ingleby, Private Horace George Ingalls, Private Ebenezer Downey Inglis, Private Fred Constantine Inglis, Captain Henry Maxwell Inglis, Private James Inglis, Flying Officer John Alexander Inglis, Private Arthur Hayman Ingraham, Private Cyril Dennis Ingram, Bombardier Edward Basil Martin Ingram, Rifleman Henry Stewart Ingram, Captain Kenneth Joseph Ingram, Lieutenant Rex Sidney Anthony Ingram, Private Stanley Ingram, Private William Henry Ingram, Corporal William Edward Ingry, Private Francis Charles Ings, Gunner Louis Ingates, Lance Sergeant Hugh Innes, Sergeant Alistair James Innes Kerr, Private Edward Insley, Trooper John Harold Insley, Trooper Benjamin Thomas Richard Inwards, Sapper Donald Leo Inward, Sapper John Ionel, Lieutenant Theodore Alexander Morris Ioannidis, Lieutenant Arthur George Ireland, Able Seaman Cecil Wallace Ireland, Private Elton James Ireland, Private Frank Ireland, Private John Ballantyne Ireland, Driver Thomas Ireland, Rifleman Henry Irish, Gunner Charles Irons, Private Frederick William Ironside, Private James Ironside, Lance Corporal John Albert Ironside, Corporal Jonathan Irvin, Private James Hyam Irvin, Rifleman John Irvin, Lance Corporal Robert Irvin, Private Thomas Irvin, Gunner Alfred Irving, Private Andrew Edison Stewart Irving, Lieutenant Fleming Ladd Irving, Lance Corporal John Irving, Lance Corporal William J. Irving, Private Charles Patrick Irwin, Trooper Desmond W. Irwin, Private Edward George Irwin, Driver Ivan Kildare King Irwin, Lance Corporal Alfred Leonard Isaac, Warrant Officer 2nd Class Ronald Isaac, Company Quartermaster Sergeant John Isaacs, Private Morris Isaacson, Soldier Vasily Isakov, Corporal Hubert Edward Izzard, Rifleman Archie Isbister, Rifleman Russell Rudolph Isbister, Corporal John Isherwood, Corporal Robinson Isherwood, Trooper Barney August Islifson, Trooper Thomas William Izzett, Marine Reginald Charles Isted, Corporal William Ives, Sergeant Joseph Henry Iverson, Sergeant Wilfred Iverson, Private Henry Gibson Izzett, Bombardier Peter Izzard, Private William Lyle Izzard,
Private Ebenezer Chisholm Leach Jack, Corporal John Jack, Gunner Peter Jack, Captain Robert Scott Jack, Sapper Thomas Jack, Lance Corporal Thomas Jack, Private William Henry Jackman, Private Howard Joseph Jacks, Private Albert Jackson, Driver Alexander Jackson, Trooper Alfred Jackson, Driver Alfred Joseph Jackson, Signalman Arthur John Jackson, Flight Sergeant Arthur Reginald Jackson, Sapper Arthur Thomas Jackson, Flight Sergeant Arthur Welch Jackson, Lieutenant Bertram Miles Washington Jackson, Private Charles Eric Jackson, Private Charles Henry Jackson, Private Clayton Jackson, Lance Corporal Clifford Irwin Jackson, Corporal Donald Jackson, Private Eliza Jackson, Gunner Eric Jackson, Gunner Eric Warmby Jackson, Gunner Frank Delves Jackson, Private Frank Thomas Jackson, Captain Frederick John Parland Jackson, Trooper George Allen Jackson, Private Gerald Orval Jackson, Rifleman Gordon Allen Jackson, Gunner Harlan Elliott Jackson, Trooper Harry Jackson, Gunner Harry Jackson, Lance Corporal Henry Jackson, Trooper Jack Leslie Jackson, Private James Henry Jackson, Private John Jackson, Lance Corporal John Jackson, Private John Jackson, Private John Atkinson Jackson, Lieutenant John Dennison Jackson, Corporal John Thomas Jackson, Lance Corporal Joseph Francis Jackson, Corporal Kenneth Jackson, Lance Bombardier Lawrence Jackson, Lance Corporal Leonard Jackson, Private Leonard Jackson, Corporal Leonard Samuel Jackson, Private Lloyd George Jackson, Private Michael Edward Jackson, Sergeant Peter Jackson, Driver Philip Bennett Jackson, Private Rafe Jackson, Private Raymond Jackson, Corporal Reginald Arthur Jackson, Lieutenants Richard George Jackson, Lieutenant Robert Arthur Alexander Jackson, Sergeant Robert Harold Jackson, Major Robert William Jackson, Trooper Stanley Jackson, Trooper Thomas Rainey Jackson, Gunner Thomas William Jackson, Private Trevor Jackson, Private Walter William Jackson, Trooper Wilfred Jackson, Marine William Jackson, Private William Jackson, Sergeant William Burness Jackson, Corporal William Ellis Jackson, Sergeant William Eric Jackson, Private William Henry Jackson, Signalman Willie Jackson, Craftsman Alfred George Jacobs, Corporal Henry Thomas Jacobs, Rifleman Jack Silas Jacobs, Warrant Officer 2nd Class James Jacobs, Private James Ernest Jacobs, Private Joseph Leopold Jacobs, Rifleman Charles Jacobson, Rifleman Johannes Jacobson, Corporal Albert Leo Jacques, Warrant Officer 1st Class Joseph Gaston Jacques, Private Walter Jaffrey, Sergeant Harry Trelawney Jago, Sapper John Edward Jakeman, Private Albert James, Corporal Alfred James, Trooper Alan Edward James, Private Arthur Clarence James, Corporal Arthur Owen James, Private Charles Albert James, Fusilier Charles Herbert James, Private David James, Lance Corporal Dennis James, Trooper Edward Ernest James, Private Emerson Robert James, Private Eric James James, Sergeant Frank Lancelot James, Private Frederick George James, Sergeant George Albert James, Trooper Harold Douglas James, Lance Corporal Harry James, Signalman Ichtid James, Lieutenant Jack James, Private John Arthur James, Sergeant John Lloyd James, Private John Rowden James, Signalman John William Charles James, Lance Corporal John William Rolfe James, Private Leonard James, Private Peter David James, Private Raymond James, Private Reginald James, Gunner Richard John James, Lieutenant Colonel Richard Whitfield James, Lieutenant Colonel Robert Bryan James, Fusilier Roland James, Private Stanley James, Rifleman Thomas Henry James, Gunner William James, Private William James, Lieutenant William Allen James, Private William Arthur James, Marine William John James, Corporal Albert Windsor Ernest Jameson, Lance Corporal John Andrew Jameson, Lance Sergeant John William Jameson, Private Robert Jameson, Trooper Donald Robinson Jameson, Gunner Gordon Magwell Jameson, Private James Jameson, Sergeant Robert H.K. Jameson, Lieutenant Stanley David Jameson, Sergeant Sylvester Watts Jameson, Gunner Bernard Henry Janaway, Sergeant Fred P. James, Sapper Arthur Jank, Rifleman Robert William Jansen, Private Vincent Januski, Private David Alexander Jaffe, Sapper Albert Edward Jakes, Private William Frederick Jaramillo, Private Ian Campbell Jardine, Lance Corporal James John Jardine, Guardsman Robert Jardine, Bombardier Robert Bruce Jardine, Lance Corporal William Jardine, Major William John Fletcher Jarmain, Rifleman Richard Jarman, Private Thomas William John Jarman, Driver Gordon Kinder Jarrett, Private Joseph Henry Jarrett, Private Joseph Philippe René Jarry, Stoker Edward Jarvis, Corporal Edward Godfrey Jarvis, Sergeant Ernest William Jarvis, Private Frank Charles Jarvis, Corporal George Arthur Jarvis, Private Gordon Headley Jarvis, Private Harold Desmond Jarvis, Corporal Joseph Jarvis, Flight Lieutenant Terence Patrick Jarvis, Signalman William Freeman Jarvis, Kapral Jaskowski, Private John Jasper, Gunner Arthur Leonard Jauncey, Private Alan Ernest Frederick J, Private Arthur John J, Corporal Charles Richard J, Private Percival James J, Corporal William Albert J, Guardsman Alex Leslie Jays, Rifleman Sidney Jason, Private Joseph M. Jean, Corporal Jack Jevons, Sergeant Alfred George G, Lance Corporal Lawrence Edward David Jeffcoat, Marine Henry Raymond Jeffcott, Private Ernest Robert Jeffries, Lance Corporal Horace Donald Jeffries, Private Leonard George Jeffries, Sergeant Roland Ernest Jeffreys, Corporal Alfred Charles Michael Jefferson, Corporal Lawrence Jefferson, Corporal Norman Jefferson, Lance Bombardier Alfred Walter Jeffrey, Private Cuthbert Jeffrey, Leading Wireman Dennis Jeffrey, Private Ernest Reginald Jeffrey, Private George James Whitaker Jeffrey, Trooper Joseph John Jeffrey, Private Thomas Jeffrey, Warrant Officer 2nd Class Charles James Jefford, Lance Sergeant Reginald Jeffress, Private Arnold Finnemore Jeffrey, Lieutenant Charles Jeffrey, Gunner John Kelly Jeffrey, Private Robert Jeffrey, Fusilier Walter Jeffrey, Lieutenant Basil Eric Jeffreys, Lieutenant Peter Jeffreys, Private Thomas A. Jeffreys, Trooper William George Jeffreys, Lieutenant Peter George Jeffs, Sergeant Edward Alcuin Jehu, Trooper Arthur Jelly, Lance Corporal Derek Jemison, Private Ernest Robert Genoway, Corporal Albert Jenkins, Corporal Alec Arthur Jenkins, Private Arthur John Jenkins, Private Clifford Jenkins, Sapper David James Jenkins, Private Frederick Jenkins, Private George Alexander Jenkins, Private Henry Bernard Jenkins, Private Henry George Jenkins, Guardsman Howard Clifford Jenkins, Corporal Joseph Henry Jenkins, Private Leonard Frederick Jenkins, Corporal Leslie Jenkins, Gunner Mostyn Jenkins, Driver Reginald Eric Jenkins, Private Richard Jenkins, Private Robert T. Jenkins, Private Ronald Jenkins, Lance Sergeant Stanley Reese Jenkins, Private Thomas Henry Reese Jenkins, Private Wentworth Clyde Jenkins, Sapper William Leslie Jenkins, Sergeant Willie Jenkins, Private Leslie D. Jenkinson, Private Stanley Jenkinson, Private Thomas Jenkinson, Lance Corporal William John Jenkinson, Corporal Lloyd Melville Jen, Private Albert P. Jenner, Corporal Frank E. A. Jenner, Private Jeffrey Allen Jenner, Private Jack Harry Jenner, Private Norman F. C. Jenner, Private William Jenner, Lieutenant Bernard Perry Jennings, Private Charles Frederick Jennings, Private Francis Jennings, Bombardier Frederick Jennings, Sergeant George Arthur Jennings, Fusilier George Ernest Jennings, Private Harold Charles Henry Jennings, Sergeant John Edward Jennings, Private Kenneth Charles Henry Jennings, Private Leslie Jennings, Trooper Leslie William Marker Jennings, Private Robert Sidney Jennings, Private Ulick Jennings, Private Wilfred Ernest Jennings, Private William Jennings, Private Anker Jensen, Private Bert Arthur William Jensen, Sapper George Christian Jensen, Trooper Niels Maurits Jensen, Private Sven M. Jensen, Sergeant James Thomas Jensen, Captain Edward Thomas Richard Jennings, Squadron Leader Richard Stanley Jeffson, Private Ronald Sidney Jepp, Lance Corporal Thomas Jeremiah, Flight Lieutenant Ithel David Jeremy, Private Edward Horace Germany, Rifleman Christopher Simon Jeremy, Rifleman Arthur Jerome, Private Robert Wilfred Jerome, Lieutenant Anthony Patrick Jerram, Fusilier Archibald Jerry, Corporal Gwilym Edgar Jervis, Captain John Swinfen Jervis, Private Ronald Jervis, Private Henry Jesselon, Flying Officer William Herkis Jesseman, Lieutenant John Pickard Jessen, Private Richard E. Jessen, Gunner Clifford Jessup, Sergeant Stanley William Jestico, Lance Corporal John Stanley Jevons, Private Wilfred Francis Jevons, Private Sidney Willis Dew, Sergeant Harry R. Jewell, Lance Corporal Ernest Jewett, Gunner Percy Jewson, Lieutenant Bernard Joseph Jays, Private Arthur George James, Private George Gibbetitis, Sergeant Ronald E. Jinks, Lance Sergeant Thomas William Jinks, Private Frank J. Job, Private John Henry Joburn, Lance Corporal Edward Alexander Henley Jobs, Private Henry John Jockle, Private Robert George Jode, Sergeant Daniel R. Jodoin, Lieutenant Euclid Nelson Jodoin, Fusilier Harold Chilton Joel, Private Ronald Joel, Private Ernest Howard Josbury, Trooper Norman Ernest Johannesson, Lance Corporal Sigurdur Johansson, Private Augustine Johnny, Private David Joseph Johns, Sub-Lieutenant A. Johan Price Johns, Private Robert Edward Johns, Rifleman William Henry Johns, Private Albert Edward Johnson, Lance Corporal Albert Henry Johnson, Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Percival Johnson, Marine Alfred George Johnson, Sergeant Andrew William Teasdale Johnson, Guardsman Arnold Johnson, Gunner Arthur Johnson, Corporal Arthur H. Johnson, Sapper Arthur Herbert Johnson, Lance Corporal Bernard George Johnson, Private Carl Johnson, Private Charles Alfred Johnson, Marine Charles Edwards Johnson, Corporal Clifford Johnson, Lance Corporal Cyril Johnson, Private Dennis Johnson, Gunner Donald Norman Johnson, Lance Corporal Dudley Norman Johnson, Guardsman Edgar Maitland Johnson, Marine Edward Johnson, Captain Edward Wilbur Johnson, Private Eric Johnson, Lance Corporal Eric Thomas Johnson, Sergeant Ewart Wesley Johnson, Private Frank Johnson, Lance Corporal Frederick Johnson, Private George Johnson, Private George Leonard Johnson, Lance Corporal George Wilfrid Johnson, Private Harold Johnson, Trooper Harold Johnson, Private Harry Johnson, Trooper Henry Johnson, Private Henry Charles John Johnson, Marine Henry Stewart Johnson, Private Herbert Aubrey Johnson, Private Howard Johnson, Sapper Jack Alfred Johnson, Lieutenant James Shaw Johnson, Sapper John Albert Lewis Johnson, Guardsman John Arthur Johnson, Sergeant John Francis Johnson, Private John Henry Johnson, Trooper John Paul Johnson, Private John Stanley Johnson, Lance Corporal John Thomas Carr Johnson, Private John William Johnson, Lance Corporal John William Johnson, Private John William Nelson Johnson, Private Joseph Johnson, Private Joseph Johnson, Lieutenant Joseph Edwin Johnson, Private Joseph Henry Johnson, Corporal Joseph William Bill Johnson, Corporal Kenneth Frank Johnson, Flight Sergeant Kenneth Jeffries Johnson, Gunner Leonard Johnson, Private Leonard Alfred Johnson, Private Leslie Johnson, Corporal Leslie Edmund Johnson, Sergeant Michael Arthur Johnson, Lance Corporal Nels D. Johnson, Flight Lieutenant Paul Gilbert Johnson, Private Percy Lloyd Johnson, Signalman Philip Johnson, Private Rafe E. Johnson, Lance Corporal Raymond Ronald Johnson, Trooper Raymond William Johnson, Corporal Reginald Charles Johnson, Lance Corporal Richard Coulson Johnson, Lance Sergeant Richard Henry Johnson, Private Richard John Johnson, Major Robert Johnson, Trooper Robert Johnson, Major Robert Johnson, Private Robert Johnson, Flying Officer Ross Everly Johnson, Sergeant Samuel Thomas Johnson, Private Sidney Thomas Johnson, Guardsman Thomas Johnson, Private Thomas Harry Johnson, Private Walter Leslie Johnson, Private Walter O. Johnson, Bombardier William Greenlees Johnson, Fusilier William Henry Johnson, Private William Joseph Johnson, Gunner William Robert Johnson, Trooper Johnson, Sapper Alfred William Johnston, Private Arthur Johnston, Private Blair Edward Johnston, Private Clyde Hilliard Johnston, Lance Corporal David Johnston, Rifleman David Johnston, Trooper Donald Alexander Johnston, Private Donald Emma Johnston, Private Earl T. Johnston, Lance Corporal Edward Johnston, Major Eric Francis Johnston, Captain Frank Johnston, Private George Arnold Johnston, Lance Sergeant Ian W. Johnston, Lance Corporal James Albert Johnston, Private James Brown Johnston, Private James Ramage Snedden Johnston, Private John Johnston, Driver John Aitchison Johnston, Sapper Leslie H. Johnston, Lance Sergeant Leslie William Johnston, Lieutenant Nelson Riff Johnston, Pilot Officer Norman Johnston, Private Robert Johnston, Lieutenant Ronald Johnston, Rifleman Stanley James Johnston, Private Thomas Douglas Johnston, Rifleman William Johnston, Lance Corporal Archibald Johnston, Private Frederick Robert Johnston, Private George Johnston, Private James Watt Johnston, Sergeant John Johnston, Lieutenant John Johnston, Private John Johnston, Private John Henderson Johnston, Rifleman Robert Johnston, Private Thomas McEwen Johnston, Sergeant William Johnston, Private William Johnston, Lance Sergeant James Henry Joyce, Private Granville Charles Joyner, Private Harry Jollens, Sergeant Frederick Stanley Jolly, Private John Jolly, Private Edgar Gordon Jolliffe, Lance Sergeant Cyril Albert Jolly, Rifleman Russell Earl Jolly, Private William Jolly, Private Antonio Yoncas, Lance Corporal Eugene Yoncas, Private Albert Charles Jones, Private Albert Edward Jones, Private Albert Edward Jones, Trooper Albert Edward Jones, Trooper Albert Ernest Jones, Private Albert George Jones, Sergeant Albert Henry Jones, Private Albert Henry Jones, Lance Corporal Albert Roland Jones, Lance Corporal Alexander Jones, Lance Corporal Alfred Jones, Bombardier Alfred Perry Jones, Fusilier Alfred William Jones, Major Arnold Anthony Edgerton Jones, Private Arthur Jones, Private Arthur Donald Jones, Private Arthur Edward Jones, Rifleman Basil Earl Jones, Drummer Basil Glindon Jones, Sergeant Brynmore Jones, Trooper Brynmore Leighton Jones, Corporal Cameron Leander Jones, Private Charles Jones, Lance Bombardier Charles J. Jones, Private Charles Victor Jones, Trooper Christopher Jones, Lance Corporal Christopher Jones, Private Colston Jones, Midshipman Craddock Jones, Private Cyril Edward Jones, Corporal Cyril Lawrence Jones, Private Daniel Thomas Jones, Private David Jones, Trooper David Jones, Gunner David Evans Jones, Private David Henry Jones, Private David John Jones, Private David John Jones, Lieutenant David Rhys Geraint Jones, Private David Richard Jones, Captain David Wynne Jones, Private Dennis Samuel Jones, Sapper Donald Alfred Jones, Fusilier Donald Edward Jones, Private Donald Nathan Jones, Private Douglas Joseph Jones, Corporal Edmund John Jones, Private Edward Jones, Private Edward Jones, Trooper Edward Jones, Trooper Edward Charles Peter Jones, Lance Corporal Edward James Jones, Gunner Edward John Jones. Private Edward John Jones. Gunner Edward Thomas Jones. Fusilier Edward Victor Jones. Sapper Edward William James Jones. Private Edward William John Jones. Fusilier Edwin Jones. Lance Corporal Ellis Lloyd Jones. Private Elmer Alwyn Jones. Lance Corporal Emrys Lloyd Jones. Corporal Enoch Jones. Private Eric Jones. Private Ernest Jones. Private Ernest Jones. Private Ernest Charles Jones. Marine Ernest George Jones. Fusilier Evan Arthur Jones. Private Evan Edward Jones. Lance Bombardier Evan Victor Jones. Sergeant Francis Eric Jones. Private Frank Ernest Jones. Gunner Fred Jones. Gunner Frederick Jones. Private Frederick Jones. Corporal Frederick Albert Jones. Private Frederick James Jones. Lance Sergeant Garfield Jones. Sergeant George Jones. Private George Jones. Private George Albert Jones. Captain George Arthur Jones. Trooper George Frederick Jones. Lieutenant George Hayward Jones. Sergeant George Henry Jones. Fusilier George Howell Jones. Corporal George Reginald Jones. Private George Richard Jones. Lance Corporal George Samuel Jones. Lance Corporal George Stanton Jones. Rifleman Gerald Leslie Jones. Captain Gilbert Jones. Private Glyn Jones. Flight Lieutenant Godfred James Frew Jones. Driver Griffith Henry Jones. Driver Gwilym Clwyd Jones. Sergeant Gwilym Parry Jones. Lance Corporal Gwilym Carey Williams Jones. Corporal Gwynfor Jones. Private Harold Jones. Corporal Harold Jones. Gunner Harold Arthur Jones. Private Harry Jones. Flying Officer Harvey Edgar Jones. Sergeant Henry Jones. Rifleman Henry Charles Jones. Trooper Herbert Percival Jones. Private Horace Jones. Lieutenant Hubert Murray Jones. Fusilier Hugh Owen Jones. Warrant Officer 2nd Class Idris Jones. Gunner Idwal Jones. Lance Bombardier Yorworth Elias Jones. Sergeant Ivor Edward Jones. Lieutenant Ivor Idwal Jones. Private Ivor Quilliam Jones. Private Jack Jones. Lance Sergeant Jack Jones. Trooper James Donald Jones. Trooper James Gilbert Jones. Sapper James Henry Jones. Sapper James Stanley Jones. Private Geoffrey Jones. Corporal John Jones. Private John Henry Jones. Private John Henry Jones. Private John Idwal Jones. Guardsman John Owen Dorville Jones. Corporal John Stanley Tucker Jones. Private John Thomas Jones. Rifleman John William Jones, Private John William Henry Jones, Bombardier John Willie Jones, Corporal Jordan Gordon Clifford Jones, Private Joseph Jones, Guardsman Kenneth Victor Jones, Lance Corporal Leonard Jones, Lieutenant Leonard Howson Jones, Privates Leonard Stanley Jones, Corporal Leonard Vincent Jones, Private Leslie Jones, Private Leslie Jones, Gunner Leslie Donald Jones, Captain Llewellyn Thomas Jones, Corporal Noel Jones, Corporal Norman Edward Jones, Gunner Percy Jones, Private Philip Jones, Sergeant Philip Cyril Jones, Private Raymond Stephen Jones, Private Reese Jones, Private Richard Jones, Fusilier Richard Jones, Sapper Richard Owen Jones, Sergeant Richard Owen Jones, Private Richard Thomas John Jones, Trooper Robert John Jones, Sergeant Ronald Jones, Lance Corporal Ronald Gwynn Jones, Privates Ronald Victor Jones, Corporal Ronald William Jones, Private Roy Jones, Trooper Roy William Jones, Private Samuel Jones, Fusilier Samuel Ellis Jones, Trooper Sidney Francis Jones, Corporal Sidney Leslie Jones, Fusilier Stanley Athelstone Jones, Private Stanley Norman Jones, Lieutenant Theodore Michael Prosser Jones, Private Thomas Jones, Private Thomas Jones, Private Thomas Edward Jones, Lance Corporal Thomas Henry Jones, Private Thomas Henry Casey Jones, Private Thomas John Jones, Trooper Thomas John Jones, Private Thomas Johnson Jones, Private Thomas Philip Jones, Private Thomas Stephen Jones, Private Trevor Jones, Private Trevor James Jones, Gunner Wallace Jones, Sergeant Walter Jones, Trooper Walter Ronald Jones, Corporal William Jones, Private William Albert Jones, Sergeant William Arthur Jones, Marine William Edward Jones, Fusilier William Edward Jones, Private William Edward Jones, Sapper William Ernest Jones, Private William George Jones, Lance Corporal William George Frederick Jones, Fusilier William Graham Jones, Trooper William H. Jones, Private William James Jones, Lieutenant William John Jones, Private William John Jones, Lance Corporal William John Jones, Sergeant William Kelvin Jones, Private William Lewis Jones, Private William Ronald Jones, Lance Sergeant William Vincent Jones, Private Willie Jones, Private Charles William Jordan, Sergeant Cyril Stanley Jordan, Private Douglas Haig Jordan, Private Francis Jordan, Private Frederick Jordan, Craftsman Frederick James Jordan, Private George Jordan, Lance Corporal George Edward James Jordan, Private George Edwin Jordan, Private George Ernest Jordan, Lieutenant Harold Desmond Anthony Jordan, Lance Bombardier Lenley Clifford Jordan, Major Leslie Rowland Jordan, Guardsman Michael Joseph Jordan, Private Samuel Jordan, Corporal Sidney Jordan, Private Thomas Jordan, Sapper Victor David Jordan, Trooper William Crackett Jordan, Private William Harold Rupert Jordan, Trooper William Lott Joes, Lance Corporal John Joseph, Gunner John Anthony Joseph, Privates Christopher Joseph Jocelyn, Privates Gordon Alfred Jocelyn, Sergeant Ronald Nelson Jowdry, Private Frank Jowett, Trooper John Albert Jowett, Private John Baird Jowett, Private David Joyce, Private John Joyce, Sergeant Patrick Joseph Joyce, Private Ronald William Joyce, Private Irene Henry Claude Jubinville, Captain Thomas Rowland Jukes, Private James Henry Judd, Private Stanley Cyril Judd, Marine Thomas Charles Frederick Judd, Private Donald Judson, Private John Edward Judson, Private Owen Joseph Martin Judson, Company Quartermaster Sergeant David Juggler, Sergeant Alfred Edgar Jukes, Private Kenneth Alfred Jukes, Colour Sergeant Reginald Mervyn Jukes, Private Anthony Julian, Private Thomas Junior, Private William Stephen Jupp, Private Raymond Alfred Jerd, Private Edwin John Jutsam,
Lance Corporal John Cadger, Sergeant Eugen Kagerstein, Lieutenant Eddie Kahn, Major James Kayloffer, Private Harold Robert Cadfletch, Flying Officer John Cullen, Rifleman Kaluchuk, Private Nick Kaminsky, Corporal Kandula, Warrant Officer Second Class Frank Kane, Sergeant Gilbert Kane, Sergeant Gordon Esmond Kane, Lance Corporal Thomas Kane, Private Thomas Kane, Rifleman William Henry Kane, Podpolkovnik Kansky, Private Herbert Franklin Kant, Private Maurice Charles Cape, Soldier Kashim Kazayev, Lieutenant Justin Thomas Cars, Lance Corporal Frederick John Carston, Corporal Orville Edward Kastner, Flying Officer William James Kazibek, Trooper William George Cato, Captain Graham Harfold Kaufman, Private Patrick Kavanagh, Sapper Patrick Joseph Kavanagh, Rifleman Robert Leo Kavanagh, Private Charles Kay, Sergeant Charles Henry Kay, Lance Corporal Edwin Kay, Private Frank Kay, Private Henry Kay, Private Horace K. Corporal Jack McGowan K. Lance Sergeant James Leonard K. Private Louis K. Chaplain 4th Class, the Reverend George Alexander K. Private Edward K. Gunner Jack K. Private Norman K. Sergeant James Leonard William Keane. Gunner Edward F. Keane. Lance Corporal John Kernan. Private Charles Howard Kearney. Driver Henry William Kearney. Private Patrick George Kearney. Private James Patrick Kearns. Gunner Joseph Kearns. Private Albert Keaton. Private Reginald Keast. Fusilier Andrew Thomas Keating. Guardsman Dennis George Keating. Private John James Keating. Private Raymond Keating. Gunner Robert Finton Keating. Lieutenant John Charles Fitzgerald Keating. Bombardier William Howard Keyes. Trooper Edward Joseph Keeble. Private Frederick William Keeble. Lieutenant Roy Thomas Keeble.
Warrant Officer First Class,
James Keegans. Private Douglas William Keel. Lieutenant Arthur Keeley. Lance Sergeant Robert William Keeley. Lance Sergeant George Ernest Keeling. Private Sidney Keeling. Corporal Sidney Keane. Lance Corporal Charles John Keenan. Private Owen Keenan. Captain Wilfred Turtle Keenan. Lance Corporal William Keenan. Private Reginald Keeping. Gunner Leonard Kears. Private Maurice W. Kewitt. Lieutenant Eric Wilford Cafford. Private Frank Keogh. Corporal George William Keatley. Private Harold William Keatley. Trooper John Keatley. Lance Corporal Charles Keir. Rifleman James A. Keir. Private John Keir. Trooper Cecil O. Keys. Gunner Walter Boyd Keyser. Private Frank James Callagher. Sapper Alexander Hugh Callas. Craftsman Leslie Charles Calloway. Private Michael John Callagher. Lance Corporal Andrew MCN Callett. Private George Callett. Lieutenant John Ryerson Callett. Private Vincent Robert Callett. Private Erling James Callington. Trooper Lloyd G. Callington. Trooper Ralph P. Callner. Lance Corporal James C. Kellogg. Private John Arthur Kellogg. Private Albert Kelly. Private Albert Ovid Gravel Kelly. Private Alfred John Kelly. Lance Corporal Alfred Patrick Kelly. Driver Arthur Kelly. Captain Bernard John Kelly. Lieutenant Christopher Gilbert Kelly. Private Christopher Joseph Kelly. Private Claude Douglas Kelly. Private Derek Peter Kelly. Private Edward Kelly. Private Edward Douglas Kelly. Trooper Francis Dominic Kelly. Sergeant George Kelly. Private Henry Kelly. Rifleman Hugh Francis Kelly. Sapper James Kelly. Corporal James Kelly. Gunner James M. Kelly. Flying Officer James William Kelly. Private John Kelly. Lance Sergeant John Kelly. Lance Bombardier John Kelly. Private John James Kelly. Lance Sergeant Joseph Kelly. Sergeant Joseph John Kelly. Lance Corporal Martin Kelly. Private Matthew David Kelly. Flying Officer Thomas Raymond Kelly. Private William Kelly. Private William Kelly. Corporal William Alexander Kelly. Private William Henry Kelly. Corporal William Henry Kelly. Private William John Kelly. Lance Corporal William Kelman. Private Norman Harry Kelsey. Private Thomas Henry Kelsey.
Warrant Officer Second Class.
William Kelshaw. Able Seaman Charles Andrew Kelso. Private John Gordon Kelso. Private Royal Edward Kelter. Rifleman Thomas Kelvey. Lieutenant Walter Burnley Kemys Jenkin. Private Sidney Kemish. Corporal Alfred Ronald Kemp. Marine Arthur John Kemp. Lance Corporal Bert Kemp. Private Cornelius Kemp. Private Ernest Kemp. Gunner Frank Edward Kemp. Gunner Frederick Kemp. Private James Douglas Kemp. Marine John Kemp. Trooper Leonard Arthur Kemp. Gunner Robert Kemp. Private Sidney Kemp. Rifleman Thomas Harold Kemp. Captain Thomas Hartley Kemp. Private James Kempley. Sergeant John Kempson. Sergeant Frank George Kempster. Private James Howard Kendall. Private John Coventry Kendall. Lance Corporal Thomas Kendall. Private Thomas Verdon Kendall. Corporal Dennis Charles Kendrick. Private John William Kendrick. Private Peter Kendifor. Lieutenant John Roberts Kenmure. Fusilier Arthur Charles Kenneby. Gunner Albert Kennedy. Rifleman Albert W. Kennedy. Rifleman Alan J. Kennedy. Lance Sergeant Archibald Kennedy. Private Charles Kennedy. Lance Corporal Donald Kennedy. Rifleman Edward Ernest Kennedy. Trooper George Kennedy. Bombardier George James Kennedy. Flight Lieutenant George Mervyn Kennedy. Private Glenn Matthew Kennedy. Private Headley Kent Kennedy. Driver Jack Buchan Kennedy. Fusilier John Kennedy. Private John Joseph Kennedy. Private John Thomas Kennedy. Rifleman Leslie James Kennedy. Private Malcolm Allen Kennedy. Trooper Peter Joseph Kennedy. Lieutenant Wallace Edward Kennedy. Corporal William Kennedy. Rifleman William George Kennedy. Sergeant William George Albert Kennedy. Trooper Kennedy. Corporal Mornington Kennell. Private George Richard Kennison. Private Albert Edward Kennett. Private Eric Stanley Kennett. Colour Sergeant Harold Thomas Kennett. Private Lloyd George Kennett. Trooper Edward Herbert Kenny. Sapper Gerald E. Kenny. Gunner Alfred James Kenny. Private Frank Andrew Kenny. Lance Corporal Henry Kenny. Trooper Hugh Victor Kenny. Private John Kenny. Private Arthur George Kent. Private Arthur George Kent. Private John Frederick Kent. Guardsman Kenneth Leslie Kent. Driver Reginald Harry Kent. Private Ronald Peter Kent. Private Stanley George Kent. Gunner Stanley Francis Kenwood. Trooper Harry Kenworthy. Private Arthur Kenyon. Private Clifford Kenyon. Corporal George William Kenyon. Rifleman Patrick Francis Bartle Keogh. Lance Corporal Basil E. Keown. Private Orville Earl Keown. Lieutenant Edwin Robert Kircher. Private George Lewis Patterson Kermack. Yeoman of Signals Henry George Kernott. Corporal Angus Kerr. Private Dennis Kerr. Private Edward E. Kerr. Private George Kerr. Captain Ian Kerr. Private James Kerr. Private James Smith Kerr. Corporal John Shaw Kerr. Trooper Leslie Kerr. Private Michael Kerr. Sapper Peter Kerr. Driver Robert MCL Kerr. Private Roy Kerr. Sergeant David Hugh Kerrigan. Private Frank Kerry. Sapper George Ephraim Kerry. Private Herbert Richard Kerry. Guardsman James H. F. Kersel. Guardsman Albert Charles Kershaw. Lieutenant Eric Stanley Kershaw. Trooper Frank Kershaw. Marine Frederick Kershaw. Lieutenant Geoffrey Kershaw, Lance Corporal Lloyd Kershaw, Trooper George Henry Kersley, Private Cyril George Kerwood, Lieutenant Bernard Oliver Casby, Second Lieutenant Leonard Oswald Cassock Phillip, Sapper Charles Edward Kettner, Lieutenant Patrick Kevill, Private Frederick Oakland Key, Private John Charles Key, Sergeant Blake B. Keyes, Major John Francis Keyes, Private Gerald Loyal Keynes, Sub-Lieutenant Kenneth Keyes, Rifleman Thomas Keyes, Private George Henry Keywood, Lance Sergeant Eric Kitovich, Lieutenant Eric Arnold Keir, Guardsman George Daniel Kibble, Lance Bombardier William Kibler, Private Arthur Sidney Kibblewhite, Private Adam Smith Kidd, Gunner Clifford Kidd, Corporal Howard Powell Kidd, Pilot Officer Leonard Dewayne Kidd, Lance Corporal Norman Peter Kidd, Guardsman Robert Watson Kidd, Corporal Samuel Norwood Kidd, Lieutenant Andrew Brown Kiddie, Gunner Edward Charles Kidston, Lance Corporal James Christopher Kieran, Captain Frank Allen Kilby, Corporal Peter Kilbride, Private Arthur William Kilburn, Private Wallace W. Kilburn, Private George William Kilford, Sergeant Robert George Kilford, Private Joseph Kilkenny, Lance Sergeant Carmen Dominic Killian, Corporal Harold Godfrey Killick, Lance Corporal John C. Killick, Private Alfred E. Killings, Private Leslie Frank Killick,
Warrant Officer Second Class,
Charles Maitland Kilner, Private Thomas Lewis Kilner, Lieutenant Andrew Kilpatrick, Lieutenant Vernon Francis Kilpatrick, Private Harry Kilto, Trooper Murray Ronald Kimball, Flight Lieutenant Keith Ernest Kimber, Corporal Robert George Kimber, Private Charles John Kimberley, Private Leonard Victor Kimberley, Trooper Percy George Kimberley, Private Roland Thomas John Kimberley, Corporal Richard Kenneth Kimmel, Flying Officer Spencer Griffith Kimmel, Rifleman Kimmel, Private Gerald Malcolm Kimmerly, Private Herbert Isaac Kimmins, Trooper George William G. Kimpton, Guardsman Ronald Kimpton, Trooper Mike M. Kinnikin, Private Robert Guy Kinch, Rifleman George Kindrachuk, Lance Corporal Claire Davidson Keynes, Corporal Alfred Arthur King, Private Alan George King, Private Andrew King, Corporal Arthur John King. Trooper Aubrey Clarence John King. Trooper Cecil George King. Marine Cyril King. Lance Corporal Cyril Albert Thomas King. Gunner Edwin King. Private Ernest King. Private Frank King. Private Frederick Harold King. Sergeant Frederick Lewis King. Private George King. Gunner George King. Lieutenant George Stanley King. Sergeant Gilbert James King. Lance Corporal Gordon Morton King. Private Harry Taylor King. Gunner James B. King. Sergeant James Thomas King. Lance Corporal John King. Corporal John James King. Private Joseph Harry King. Corporal Leslie John King. Sergeant Maurice King. Corporal Percival Arthur King. Trooper Peter Augustus King. Captain Reginald Leonard King. Marine Robert King. Sergeant Samuel Clifford Sonny King. Private Stanley King. Rifleman Thomas William King. Lieutenant Colonel William Edward Wellington King. Marine William Joseph King. Flying Officer William Robert King. Gunner Zephyr H. King. Gunner Leslie Albert Arthur King. Private James Kingham. Trooper Thomas Joseph Kingman. Sapper Oliver Peter Kingsbury. Captain Desmond Glover Kingsford. Private Robert Kingsley. Sapper Charles Wilfred Kingston. Private Earl Stewart Kingston. Lance Corporal George Henry Kingston. Private William Cyril Kingston. Marine William Charles Doyle Kinloch. Gunner Joseph Arthur Elwood Kinnard.
Warrant Officer Second Class.
William Johnston Kinnard. Private George Arthur Kinnear. Private Malvin Cyril Kinnersley. Gunner Albert Lloyd Kinney. Pilot Officer Kenneth Charles Kinross. Gunner Thomas Kinsella. Rifleman Harvey L. Kinsman. Private Harold Kipling. Private Sidney Kipling. Sergeant Arthur William Kirby. Second Lieutenant Brian Chandos Kirby. Trooper Dennis William Kirby. Corporal Frederick Joseph Edward Kirby. Private George Edward Kirby. Private Hubert Upton Kirby. Bombardier Montague Charles Kirby. Sergeant Murray Oliver Kirby. Private Ronald Kirby. Gunner Thomas Henry Kirby. Lieutenant Kenneth Kirby Smith. Lance Corporal Stanley Edward Kirchin. Major David Miller Kirk. Private Gordon Kirk. Driver Lindsay Kinsman Kirk. Lieutenant Samuel Kirk. Private Thomas Kirk. Gunner Henry Andrew Kirkby. Sergeant Thomas Kirkcaldy, Lance Corporal Harry I. Kirker, Sergeant Arthur Kirkham, Private Charles Daniel Kirkham, Private Ernest Alfred Kirkham, Gunner Frederick Kirkham, Trooper George Sidney Kirkham, Private George Smith Kirkland, Rifleman John Frederick Belton Kirkland, Sergeant Jack Kirkman, Guardsman Eric Kirkpatrick, Lieutenant John Anderson Kirkpatrick, Private Kenneth Guy Kirkpatrick, Corporal Alexander Kirkwood, Lance Corporal Stephen James Curtin, Trooper Thomas Curtin, Private Daniel J. Cowan, Private Anton Kissinger, Private Albert Kitchen, Private Albert Kitchen, Private Faye Howard Kitchen, Flying Officer Harold Allen Nelson Kitchen, Private David Lloyd Kitchener, Corporal Gordon Kitchen, Private Eric Thomas Kitchen, Private Eric George Thomas Kitchingham, Sergeant Charles Edward Kitson, Lieutenant John Basil Edward Kittle, Private David V. Kivenan, Corporal Carl Norman Joss, Gunner Claire D. Kleinstuber, Lieutenant Edward Franklin Clemmer, Private Solomon Klein, Corporal Jacob Klippenstein, Private Arthur Edmund Clott, Rifleman Mike Klopushkak, Corporal Walter John Kloss, Corporal Ernest James Close, Rifleman Albert James Klein, Sapper Frederick Nag, Trooper John Edmund Nag, Private Francis J. Naggs, Corporal Leonard Walter William Knapp, Lieutenant William Ward Knapp, Private Henry Roy Nutt, Trooper Harold Neal, Corporal Joseph Necht, Rifleman Thomas E. Neller, Gunner Alan Harold Knight, Corporal Alfred Knight, Private Bernard Knight, Private Donald Merrick Knight, Lance Corporal Earl Walter Knight, Rifleman Frank Knight, Gunner Frederick Handel Knight, Pilot Officer Frederick James Knight, Sergeant Frederick Thomas Knight, Flight Sergeant Gordon Henry Knight, Bombardier Horace W. Knight, Captain Jack James Knight, Private John Knight, Private John Henry Knight, Fusilier John Lloyd Knight, Private Kenneth Alfred Knight, Sergeant Kenneth Frederick Knight, Private Lawrence Douglas Knight, Trooper Raymond Henry Frederick Knight, Trooper Richard Jeffrey Knight, Private Robert Albert James Knight, Private Ronald Jeffrey Knight, Private Sidney John Knight, Corporal Wilfred Knight. Driver William Charles Knight. Lance Corporal William Henry Knight. Private William Henry Knight.
Warrant Officer Second Class.
William Ross Knight. Driver Cyril Knighton. Private Stephen Douglas Knights. Private William Ernest James Knights. Private Ivor Richard Neal. Private Leonard Nister. Trooper William Niverton. Private Norman Peter Noble. Gunner Albert James Knott. Private Frederick Thomas Knott. Trooper Henry Knott. Private Roy Ernest Knott. Private Albert Knowles. Lance Corporal Charles William James Knowles. Private Harrison Knowles. Corporal John Edward Knowles. Private Norman Knowles. Lance Corporal Edward Ernest Knowlson. Gunner Arthur Knox. Private John Edward Knox. Lance Corporal Robert Knox. Private Robert Maguire Knox. Sapper W. Howard Knox. Sergeant Walter Blake Knox. Lance Corporal William Knox. Matt Kobilecki. Private James Cochen. Corporal Albert John Edward Kohler. Private Richard J. Kohler. Private Stanley Lee Kohler. Gunner Charles Kolesser. Private Alexander N. Komarinsky. Rifleman Bernard Koop. Private Emerson Ernest Kopetowsk. Corporal Tony Korpak. Major Charles Theodore Kortz. Private Albert A. Koshney. Lance Corporal John A. Kostek. Private John Richard Coster. Private Andrew Kostick. Private Peter Kostick. Lance Corporal Clement Kotschi. Gunner Alphonse A. Kovar. Flying Officer Alexander Kozlov. Private John Eldon Kraus. Corporal John L. Kreklow. Private Albert R. Kresak. Lance Bombardier Gordon Charles Kritzer. Trooper Paul Krawchuk. Private Philip Kriwarchuk. Caporal Kubas. Gunner Hyman Kubarowski. Private Keza Kubian. Private Anthony Cookbell. Lieutenant Alan William Cool. Private Frank Kukaleko. Rifleman Arthur Hilbert Kump. Guardsman Joseph Vivian Kunner. Trooper Hans Wojto Gunsti. Gunner Harry Gunst. Stasi Strazelek Kupiek. Private Michael Kurgowski. Gunner Paul P. Kuruks. Private Harry Kurulak. Soldier Prasby Kushtanov. Lance Sergeant Coran Kutapan. Private Alfred Ralph Kuttner. Gunner Edward Louis Kutz. Rifleman Mike Kutsina, Private Harold Vam, Corporal Clarence J. Vam, Private James Kyle, Corporal James Ferris Kyle, Corporal Charles Arthur Kine, Corporal Ernest Reginald John Kite, Sergeant Ralph George Kite,
Sergeant John A. LaChapelle, Sergeant George Richard Lacroix, Sergeant Wilfrid LaHaye, Corporal Joseph Roger Laramé, Private George Joseph Labbe, Rifleman Albani N.O. Labelle, Corporal Robert Marcel Labelle, Lance Corporal Theodore Labelle, Private Theophile Labelle, Lieutenant Arthur Laberge, Private Roland Labonte, Rifleman Hervé Alfred Labrec, Sergeant Joseph M. Lacasse, Trooper Frank Sturgis Lacey, Private Philip Frederick Lacey, Private Marcel Lachance, Private Joseph Arthur M. LaChapelle, Lance Sergeant Leo LaChapelle, Private Romeo LaChapelle, Private Claude Lachevrotier, Private Reginald George Lack, Corporal William Lack, Lance Corporal Bertram Charles Lackey, Private John Lackey, Lance Corporal George Albert Lacombe, Sapper Leo Lacroix, Rifleman Raymond Joseph Lacroix, Lieutenant Antonio Peter Ladas, Private Herbert Lawrence Lads, Private Louis A. Laduroux, Private Gerald M. Ladouceur, Corporal Robert Anthony Lafarge, Sergeant Ernest Harry Lafberry, Lance Corporal Jack Laforde, Flight Lieutenant Henry Matthias Laflamme, Guardsman Donald G. Lafleur, Private Frank Lafontaine, Private Remy Laframboise, Trooper Robert Lafreniere, Private William Lafreniere, Private Richard Lagasse, Corporal Jack M. Laidlaw, Trooper Kenneth Laidlaw, Major Robert Hall Laidlaw, Corporal William Gibson Laidlaw, Marine Arthur Late, Fusilier Ronald Frank Lynchbury, Sapper Augustus Lainez, Sergeant David Lang, Private James Lang, Private John Barclay Lang, Rifleman William Constable Lang, Corporal Andrew Terrace Laird, Bombardier Douglas W. Laird, Corporal Robert Percy Lake, Private Stafford Marvel Lake, Private William Charles Lake, Private Edward George Laker, Guardsman Cyril Lally, Lieutenant John Joseph Lally, Lieutenant William Joseph Lalonde, Private Joseph G. Lamalisse, Corporal Alan Lamb, Sergeant Bertram Lamb, Lance Bombardier Charles Lamb, Wireman Charles Norman Lamb, Private Edward Charles Lamb, Lance Corporal James Lamb, Sergeant John Lamb, Gunner John Lamb, Marine John McCrae Kirkpatrick Lamb, Private John William Lamb, Trooper Philip David Lamb, Staff Sergeant Reuben W. Lamb, Private Stephen Lamb, Private Ronald Clyde Lamb, Private Alan Mervyn Lambert, Gunner Arthur Lambert, Bombardier Arthur Ernest Lambert, Private Bertie Lambert, Private Clifford Lambert, Private Eric Lambert, Private George Henry Lambert, Lance Corporal Harry Lambert, Lance Corporal Kenneth Lambert, Driver Thomas Lambert, Sergeant Thomas Frank Lambert, Private William Joseph Lambert, Private William Ernest Lambeth, Gunner William T. Lambourne, Corporal Embrus Lamburn, Private John Govan Lamond, Lance Corporal Andrew Lamont, Private Archibald Lamont, Gunner Claire Willis Lamont, Trooper George Wilson Lamont, Trooper Hector J. Lamont, Rifleman James Lamont, Rifleman Emmeline Lamontine, Private Leo P. Lamontine, Private Maurice Lucien Lamontine, Corporal Stanley Lamprey, Private Andrew Arthur Gordon Lamure, Private Dominic Lanata, Private George Lancashire, Sergeant George Lancaster, Private George John Lancaster, Fusilier John Edward Lancaster, Private Robert Stephen Lancaster, Private Sidney Lancaster, Lieutenant Turlock John Lancaster, Lieutenant Colonel Geoffrey Charles Philip Lance, Private Derek Land, Signalman Ronald Lander, Private Louis Landoni, Private William J. Landridge, Private Alir Joseph Landry, Private Edouin Landry, Private Frederick M. Landry, Private Levy Joseph Landry, Sergeant Oliver Landry, Bombardier Alfred John Lane, Private Bernard Lane, Sergeant Douglas Henry Lane, Lance Sergeant Edwin John Frank Lane, Private Frank Lane, Driver Frederick James Lane, Private Harvey Ivan Lane, Private Herbert Arthur Lane, Private Herbert Cedric Lane, Private Idris Lane, Private John Alfred Lane, Trooper Kenneth Walter John Lane, Private Norman Lane, Private Patrick Lane, Private Thomas Lane, Private Thomas John Lane, Warrant Officer 2nd Class William James Lane, Flying Officer James Leon Lanfranchi, Private Edward Lang, Trooper Keith B. Lang, Lance Corporal Leonard Ian Hamilton Lang, Private Neil Lang, Private Norman Lang, Private Eric Henry Langbridge, Private George Ernest Langdale, Private Albert Thomas Clark Langdon, Bombardier Gordon Stewart Langdon, Corporal Raymond William Langdon, Private Ernest William Langford, Gunner Gordon W. Langford, Trooper Langford, Private George Walter Langham, Private Arthur M. Langill, Private Lawrence A. Langill, Petty Officer Alfred George Langley, Lieutenant John Herbert Langley, Private Wilfred John Langley, Private William Robert Langlois, Lance Sergeant James Langor, Leading Aircraftman Paul Herbert Langstaff, Corporal Peter Rex Langworthy, Warrant Officer Second Class George William Lancaster, Private Horace John Lanning, Private Trevor Lansdowne, Private Jean-Baptiste Lantine, Private Philippe J. Lantine, Private Marcel Lantier, Private Clarence David Lapierre, Private Gordon Lapierre, Private Maurice Lapierre, Corporal Mervyn Joseph Lapierre, Lieutenant Lapierre, Private Leger Laplante, Private Lorenzo Lapointe, Private Charles Edwin James Larby, Lieutenant Morris Lewis Larcher, Trooper Lawrence Alfred Larcombe, Lieutenant Large, Bombardier Amos William Largent, Warrant Officer Second Class David Larkin, Private George Arthur Larkins, Private Harry Samuel Laroche, Private Adelard Larocque, Gunner Gerard William Larocque, Signalman Sidney Patrick Larocque, Corporal Elvin Larson, Sapper Clifford John Larson, Rifleman Nels Larson, Private Vernon Blatter, Corporal Ernest Lascelles, Private Arthur Laskovich, Private Sidney George Last, Private William Thomas Bernard Latanville, Trooper Albert Latham, Private Arthur Latham, Lance Corporal Frederick George Latham, Private Henry Latham, Private James Latham, Lance Corporal Thomas D. W. Latham, Driver Tom Latham, Lance Sergeant Henry George Lathy, Private William Latimer, Private Thomas Leo Layton, Private Joseph Latour, Gunner Georges Etienne Albert Latraille, Private Frederick Latter, Captain Ian Norman Latto, Private Alexander Latty, Rifleman Andrew Laughlin, Private Hugh Alfred Laughlin, Private Arnold Thomas Lawton, Private Ronald Thomas James Lawton, Trooper William Lawton, Private Thomas Jack Launce, Private William Richard Wallace Laundry, Private George Davison Lawrence, Captain James Duncan Lorry, Private Louis Philippe Lozier, Lance Corporal Joseph Gerard Lauzon, Lance Corporal Raymond Lavalle, Private Roland Lavalle, Private Thomas Lavelle, Private Algernon George Lavender, Trooper Herbert Victor Lavender, Private Stanley Donald Lavender, Private William George Laver, Lance Corporal Kenneth William Laverick, Captain Derek Anthony Victor Lavers, Lance Bombardier Henry Lavery, Lieutenant Guitin Lavigne, Private Ovilla Lavigueur, Sergeant Eric Walters Lavington, Private Patrick C.E. Lavoie, Private Ernest Law, Driver Frank Howard Law, Private George Dalton Law, Private George James Law, Gunner John Law, Trooper John Law, Lance Corporal Ronald Law, Sergeant Sam Law, Trooper William Law, Lance Corporal William Edgar Law, Trooper Harry Frederick John Laws, Private Keith Laws, Private Joseph Lawler, Private Frank E. Lawler, Corporal Jack Lawler, Trooper Morris Hubert Lawn, Lieutenant Peter Gunson Lawn, Private Albert Charles Lawrence, Corporal Albert Felix Percy Lawrence, Gunner Harry John Lawrence, Private James Bryce Armstrong Lawrence, Lance Corporal Kenneth Ostend Lawrence, Rifleman Kenneth Samuel Lawrence, Sergeant Louis John Henry Lawrence, Ordinary Seaman Raymond Lawrence, Gunner Robert Ellis Lawrence, Private Robert Leonard Lawrence, Private Robert William Lawrence, Private Stanley Fred Lawrence, Sergeant Thomas Herbert Martin Lawrence, Private William Lawrence, Podporuczek Bogdan Severin Lorenzuk, Private George Frederick Lawrenson, Corporal Leslie James Lawrenson, Sapper George Lorry, Signalman James Anderson Lorry, Gunner Norman Robert Lorry, Lance Sergeant Richard Roadnight Lorry, Lance Corporal Walter Lorry, Private Arthur Lawrenson, Gunner William Norman Laws, Rifleman Clark Linson Lawson, Private Donald Lawson, Private Harold Lawson, Fusilier Horace Leonard Lawson, Warrant Officer 2nd Class Norris Stanley Lawson, Sapper Richard Sidney Lawson, Trooper William Robert Lawson, Private Archie Lawty, Lance Corporal Henry Lawton, Bombardier Jack Lawton, Captain John Huntley Tarring Lawton, Lance Corporal Alfred John Lay, Private Ernest Alfred Harold Lay, Private John Lay, Private David Leonard Laybolt, Lieutenant Donald Maney Laycock, Major Michael Hugh Laycock, Lance Corporal Richard Arthur Layfield, Leading Aircraftman John Latham, Gunner Paul Lazaropoulou, Private Hugh Garvin Lazenby, Guardsman Alfred Joseph LeBlanc, Private Bruno LeBlanc, Sapper Elie LeBlanc, Private George Isidore LeBlanc, Trooper Joseph Eugene Victor LeBlanc, Gunner Omer Eric LeBlanc, Private Paul Vincent LeBlanc, Lance Corporal Victor Lebrun, Leading Seaman Raymond Douglas de Queminon, Private Joseph Lucien Leclerc, Rifleman Elmer Joseph de Fort, Sergeant Ernest Charles Le Galoudec, Private Francis Henry Le Mineur, Private John Charles LePage, Lieutenant Joseph Mark Roland LePage, Sergeant Peter Lawrence Edward LeCoeur, Corporal George Whitney Leroy, Gunner Francis Gerald LaRue, Lieutenant Albert Edward Lear, Private Arthur Douglas Lear, Lance Corporal Sver Lear, Corporal Eric Leach, Private John Edgar Leach, Private Leslie James Leach, Second Lieutenant Louis Leach, Private Walter Charles Leach, Private Melvin Ledbetter, Lance Corporal Herbert Francis Ledbetter, Private Robert Ledbetter, Private Stanley F. Ledbetter, Corporal William Ledbetter, Private Joseph James Ledbetter, Gunner Leslie Morris Lear, Private Roy Kenneth Gordon Lear, Private Reginald Leake, Driver Robert Frederick Leake, Corporal George Henry Lima, Corporal Joseph Edward Leaning, Lieutenant Richard Arthur Lear, Private Timothy Daniel Lear, Driver Adam Learmonth, Private John Laird Learmonth, Private Leonard Leroyd, Private Thomas Charles Leary, Rifleman James Joseph Leask, Major George Robert Leeson, Private Fred Leatherbarrow, Driver Ralph Ernest Leatherbarrow, Rifleman George J. Leithwood, Private Kenneth Albert Lever, Corporal Sidney Malcolm Lever, Captain Dennis George Patrick Levy, Flying Officer Douglas Tane Leavitt, Gunner Stanislas Lebel, Private Ulysse Lionel Lebel, Trooper Jean Daniel Joseph Leblanc, Lance Corporal Percy Lebond, Lieutenant George Watt Leburn, Rifleman John Leclerc, Private Dorval Leclerc, Trooper Joseph Marcel André Leclerc, Private Marcel Leclerc, Gunner Joseph Paul Émile Leclerc, Private Leopold Lecuyer, Rifleman John Ledgard, Private James Ledger, Lance Corporal John Ledger, Sergeant Thomas Musgrove Ledger, Private Jules Leduc, Lance Corporal Albert Edward Lee, Private Arthur Lee, Private Cecil Lee, Trooper Clarence Douglas Lee, Marine Edward James Lee, Private Frank William Lee, Private Frederick Lee, Private Frederick Dennis Lee, Gunner Frederick George Lee, Private George Lee, Private George Gilbert Lee, Private George William Lee, Lance Corporal Gerald Edwin Lee, Lance Corporal Gerard Patrick Lee, Private Harold Lee, Warrant Officer First Class Harry John Lee, Private Harry R. Lee, Lieutenant Herbert Lee, Private Ira Osborne Lee, Captain Jack Lee, Private Jack Lee, Colour Sergeant John Lee, Major John Lee, Private John Arthur Lee, Corporal John Edward Lee, Sergeant John George Lee, Private John William Lee, Private Joseph Lee, Fusilier Kenneth Charles Lee, Private Leonard Lee, Private Norman Cecil Lee, Trooper Percy Lee, Sergeant Raymond Leslie Lee, Sergeant Robert Lee, Private Roy Daniel Lee, Lance Corporal Thomas Lee, Private Thomas Raymond Lee, Corporal Walter Charles Lee, Private Walter George Alfred Lee, Corporal William Arthur Lee, Private William Henry Lee, Corporal William John Lee, Private Ross Collins Leach, Sergeant Malcolm Sutherland Leaco, Private Robert John Charles Leader, Private William Marshall Leadham, Gunner William Charles Leake, Company Sergeant Major William Cedric Leeming, Sergeant Donald Lees, Private Eli Arthur Lees, Able Seaman Richard Arthur Lees, Sergeant William Henry Lees, Lance Sergeant Clifford Lefebvre, Private Jacques Jean-Paul Lefebvre, Private Marcel Lefebvre, Sergeant Martin Lefebvre, Trooper Frederick Lefebvre, Private Michael Lefkus, Sergeant George Left, Private Raymond Lagar, Private James Bernard Lagari, Rifleman Vincent J. Legacy, Trooper David Morris Legasic, Rifleman William Ernest Legate, Private Robert Legault, Private Roger Legendre, Private Aurel Joseph Leger, Private Joseph Frank Leger, Private Linton V. Leger, Signalman George Albert Legg, Corporal James Frederick Legg, Lance Corporal William Henry Legg, Lance Corporal Ronald George Leggett, Lance Corporal Albert J. Legg, Trooper Gordon Gilbert Legg, Private Rodolphe Clayton Legreux, Private Anthony David Legg, Lance Corporal Carl Martin Lehman, Private Richard Lehniger, Private John Alex Carl Leto, Private Cyril Walter Lee, Private George Enoch Lee, Corporal Harold Lee, Private Leonard George Lee, Lance Sergeant Robert George Lee, Lance Corporal Stanley Henry Lee, Private William Lee, Lance Sergeant Alfred Thomas Layton, Guardsman Stanley John Layton, Private John Leaper, Gunner John Leaper, Private Wilfred Lees, Gunner Lee Leishman, Private Andrew Cavan Leith, Corporal Frank Leith, Gunner Roy Edward Leith, Private Kenneth E. Leyland, Lance Corporal Hector R. Lelivre, Gunner Leopold Lodger LeMay, Private Maurice LeMay, Private Paul E. LeMay, Private Alfred Lem, Pilot Officer Ralph Ernest Lemon, Private Cyril James Lemon, Fusilier Harry Lench, Lance Corporal Ernest Richard Linnell, Corporal James R. Lenny, Captain Frederick Charles Lawrence Leonard, Private Gordon William Lenny, Private Lester Leonard Lenny, Gunner Adrian J. Lennon, Gunner Gordon Lennon, Private James Lennon, Private George E. Lennox, Major Francis Gordon Lennox Boyd, Gunner John A. Lenny, Private Robert Allen Leonard, Flight Sergeant Leonard Alfred Lennox, Sergeant Clifford James Lentle, Corporal Cyril Leonard, Private Harold Leonard, Private Michael Leonard, Private Norman Leonard, Lance Bombardier Wilfred Leonard, Private George Frederick Leonzio, Gunner Frederick Henry Leopold, Private Hilaire Lepage, Private Nathan Lerner, Rifleman Charles Leroy, Private Frederick York Lesage, Private Lesage, Lance Bombardier Gershom Alexander Rupert Lesh, Rifleman John Lescue, Lance Corporal Albert Dinsdale Leslie, Sergeant John Buchanan Leslie, Private John Robert Leslie, Gunner Thomas Simpson Campbell Leslie, Corporal Michael Lesmeister, Plutonomy Jan Lesnevich, Private Fernand Lessard, Lieutenant Alfred John Lester, Private Charles James Lester, Lieutenant Derek Michael Lester, Private Henry William Lester, Private John Arthur Lester, Private Walter Alfred Lester, Private William McKinley Lester, Lance Sergeant Alexander Alfred Lesurf, Lance Sergeant Stanley Bernard Lesinski, Private John Edward Letang, Private Armand J. B. Letarte, Private Gerard Levasseur, Private Armand Levey, Guardsman John Henry Lavelle, Sapper Louis Levine, Gunner Thomas Charles Levens, Gunner William Stanley Lever, Sergeant Gerald William Leveridge, Private Albert Francis Leversuch, Private Antonio Levesque, Private Joseph H. Levesque, Private Nelson John Levet, Lieutenant John Orell Levine, Corporal Samuel Levine, Rifleman Stanley Michael Levine, Fusilier Gerard Levis, Private Joseph Levis, Polkovnik Levitu, Corporal Albert Levy, Private Arnold Nelson Levy, Private Moss Levy, Matt Rissard Lewandowski, Lance Corporal John Ernest Lewington, Private Max Lewinsky, Lance Corporal Albert Henry Lewis, Lance Corporal Alexander Charles Lewis, Private Arthur George Lewis, Private Arthur Hosher Lewis, Rifleman Charles Lewis, Private Charles Horace Lewis, Corporal Clarence Harley Lewis, Private Claude John Lewis, Sapper Clifford D. Lewis, Guardsman Clifford Elias Lewis, Petty Officer Stoker Cyril John Lewis, Lieutenant David Essex Lewis, Private David Gethin Lewis, Corporal David Hayden Lewis, Private Dennis Harling Lewis, Private Ezra Brindley Lewis, Corporal George Frederick Lewis, Rifleman Gordon James Lewis, Private Harold Thomas Lewis, Private Herbert Charles Lewis, Fusilier Herbert Harrison Lewis, Driver Horace Lewis, Private Yorworth Lewis, Private Jack Lewis, Flight Sergeant Jack Edwin Lewis, Private Jackie Lewis, Flight Sergeant James Frederick Lewis, Private James Thomas Lewis, Lance Sergeant John Horton Lewis, Sergeant John Robert Lewis, Fusilier Leonard Lewis, Private Morris Harry Lewis, Lance Corporal Percy James Lewis, Gunner Randall David Nicholas Lewis, Lance Corporal Raymond Lewis, Lance Sergeant Reginald Charles Lewis, Corporal Richard Selwyn Lewis, Private Robert Lewis, Private Robert Edward Haydew Lewis, Gunner Ronald Lewis, Gunner Stanley Lewis, Private Thomas Lewis, Private Thomas Albert Lewis, Private Thomas Edward Lewis, Private Thomas Maldwin Lewis, Private Walter Lewis, Fusilier William Lewis, Private William Bruce Lewis, Warrant Officer First Class William Haywood Lewis, Private William Hugh Lewis, Lieutenant William Montford Aylmer Lewis, Sergeant William Thomas Lewis, Private William Thomas Lewis, Private Kenneth James Lucy, Lieutenant John Michael Presky Lee, Corporal Jack Leyland, Corporal William Lazoon, Guardsman Harry Lias, Private George Lickis, Private Donald Stewart Liddell, Sapper Frank Liddell, Sapper Bert Roger Liddell, Lieutenant Dennis Beaminster Liddell, Corporal George Newton Liddell, Marine Sidney Liddell, Private Thomas Liddell, Sergeant Robert J. Lidstone, Fusilier Arthur Gabet Lidwell, Trooper Raymond Alexander Lively, Private George Thomas Light, Lance Corporal James John Light, Private James Marshall Light, Private Raymond Edward Light, Fusilier Richard Turnbull Light, Private Bernard Samuel Lightfoot, Lance Corporal Victor Alfred Lightfoot, Private Victor Charles Lightfoot, Lieutenant Frederick Roger Lightoller, Sergeant Eric Lighthowler, Corporal Bertie Lilly, Lance Corporal Kenneth Gordon Lilly, Fusilier Lawrence George Lilly, Lieutenant Richard Fitzgerald Lilly, Sergeant Roy Graham Lilly, Rifleman John Francis Lillycrap, Captain Luke Theodore Lillingston, Sergeant Charles Lillington, Private Gerald Joseph Lilly, Trooper Joseph Limbert, Trooper Kenneth Limbert, Private Rene Limoges, Captain Clifford Lincoln, Lieutenant Douglas Graham Lincoln, Private George Joseph Lincoln, Gunner Percy Charles Lincoln, Private Richard Lincoln, Driver Ronald Lincoln, Private Philip Jacob Lindenbach, Trooper Ronald F. Lindhorst, Private Samuel Lindy, Lance Sergeant Charles Leslie Lindridge, Trooper Adam Beck Lindsay, Guardsman Bernard Robert Lindsay, Gunner George Lindsay, Private George Frederick Charlton Lindsay, Rifleman Hugh Lindsay, Lance Sergeant James Stevenson Lindsay, Stoker First Class Henry Charles Lindsay, Trooper Lloyd Lewis Lindstrom, Private Charles Henry Line, Pilot Officer Murray Alfred Line, Guardsman Wilfred Lineker, Rifleman Charles Thomas Linforth, Private Donald Edward Ling, Lance Sergeant Ernest Ling, Private William Henry Lingard, Private Arthur Linley, Fusilier Charles Henry Lynn, Captain John Charles Lynn, Gunner William Linen, Corporal Horace Charles Kenwood Linney, Private John Thomas Linney, Flying Officer William Edward Linning, Pilot Officer Arthur Peter Linsdell, Warrant Officer Second Class Frederick John Lindsay, Trooper Kenneth Gordon Linstead, Private Stanley Lintick, Private Frank W. Linton, Private James Calvert Linton, Flying Officer John William Lippert, Lance Corporal Victor Henry Lippet, Guardsman Albert Percy Liptrot, Sergeant John James Lishman, Trooper James Alexander Lyle, Trooper Hugh Halmar Michael Lismore, Sergeant Henry Lister, Sergeant James William Lister, Driver Ronald Lister, Sergeant Thomas Herman Lister, Corporal William George Lister, Private William Liston, Gunner Ernest Litchfield, Sapper William Litchfield, Private George Litster, Lance Corporal Peter K. Litterick, Trooper Arthur William Athelstan Little, Signalman Douglas Merle Little, Corporal Francis Earl Little, Private John Patrick Little, Private Kenneth Robert Little, Captain Lester Little, Major Leslie Frederick Little, Sergeant Norman Douglas Little, Private Peter Little, Trooper Victor Terence Little, Gunner Walter Carlyle Little, Private William Alfred Little, Private Little, Sapper Harold Charles Littlecrow, Private George Littlefield, Gunner Thomas William George Littlefield, Rifleman George Littlepage, Sapper Abraham Littler, Private John Samuel Jordan Littlewood, Sergeant Wilfred Errol Miles Littlewood, Lance Sergeant Cyril David Litwack, Corporal Meyer Mike Litwack, Private Burdett James Chalmer Lively, Lance Corporal Harold Leslie Liversage, Lieutenant Frederick Cardwell Livesey, Private Frederick Stevenson Living, Private Richard Henry Livingston, Major Arthur Rupert William Livingstone, Private Charles Stewart Livingstone, Corporal Clarence Livingstone, Private James Thomas Livingstone, Trooper John Douglas Warren Livingston, Private Peter Livingstone, Private Thomas Livingston, Private William Livingstone, Corporal William Wallace Livingston, Rifleman John Lyson, Lieutenant William George Llewellyn Palmer, Private Alfred Llewellyn, Lance Corporal David Howard Llewellyn, Captain Glyn Herbert Llewellyn, Fusilier Trevor Thomas Llewellyn, Private Alfred William Lloyd, Captain Alistair Charles Bowen Lloyd, Corporal Arthur Sidney Lloyd, Fusilier David Emlyn Lloyd, Private David Stanley Lloyd, Lance Corporal Dennis William Lloyd, Sergeant Edward Lloyd, Lance Sergeant Frank Lloyd, Captain Franklin Holt Lloyd, Private Graham Hugh Lloyd, Private Harold Lloyd, Sergeant James Irwin Lloyd, Fusilier John Lloyd, Corporal Moses Jenkin Lloyd, Private Raymond Lloyd, Private Reginald Arthur Lloyd, Gunner Richard Sidney George Lloyd, Sergeant Stanley Lloyd, Private Thomas Lloyd, Trooper William Lloyd, Rifleman William Alfred Lloyd, Driver William Thomas Lloyd, Private Edgar Loader, Private Norman John Lote, Private Fred Coleman Lobb, Private David Maxwell Lobban, Private James Allen Lobley, Guardsman Robert Loch, Private Robert Ferguson Lochhead, Major John Alexander Lochore, Sapper Edward Smith Locke, Trooper Wallace Victor Locke, Private Bernard Locke, Private Charles John Locke, Lance Corporal Alexander Lockerbie, Corporal Albert Lockett, Gunner Alfred Lockett, Private Ivor Henry Lockett, Private Peter Joseph Lockett, Sapper Charles Lockhart, Lance Corporal Thomas Lockhart, Private William Thomas Lockhart, Sergeant Herbert Lockhead, Trooper Roger Lockhead, Gunner John Pretzwell Lockey, Gunner Alec Lockwood, Sergeant Arthur Lockwood, Private Arthur Carden Lockwood, Major David Eden Lockwood, Lance Corporal George Raymond Lockwood, Driver Cyril John Lockyer, Gunner Norman Franklin Lockyer, Captain David Warren Loader, Private Derek William Lodge, Private Gordon Lodge, Private John William Lodge, Private Stanley Verdun Lodge, Craftsman John Lerwin, Gunner Albert Russell Lofthouse, Private Kenneth Edward Lofthouse, Gunner Raymond Lofthouse, Lieutenant Donald William Lofts, Signalman James Loftus, Rifleman Terence William Peter Loftus, Signalman Andrew James Logan, Lance Corporal Edwin Logan, Private Francis James Logan, Lieutenant John Elmo Murray Logan, Trooper Lloyd Howard Logan, Rifleman Robert Joseph George Logan, Private Rupert George Logan, Lance Corporal Thomas McWilliam Logan, Private Thomas Roderick Logan, Lieutenant Richard Bucknam Logie, Lieutenant Hugh Rob Logsdale, Private Joseph Alfred Loiseau, Lance Sergeant Frederick Lomas, Gunner Frederick Samuel Lomas, Lieutenant George Lomas, Corporal James Lomas, Gunner John Lomas, Flying Officer Norman Lomas, Sergeant Robert Lomas, Private James Thomas Lomax, Fusilier Joshua Albert Lomax, Driver James London, Trooper Hubert Stanley Lones, Gunner George Victor Lawrence Loney, Corporal William Melville Loney, Private Albert John Long, Private Christopher Henry Long, Private Fred Long, Private Gilbert Tristram Long, Private Howard Joseph Long, Sergeant James Frederick Long, Rifleman Lee Frank Long, Trooper Orville Albert Long, Private Reginald George Long, Flying Officer Richard Hughes Long, Private Robert A. Long, Corporal Thomas Charles Long, Corporal Wilfred Sidney Long, Private William Long, Trooper William Eugene Lacour Long, Private John Kenneth Longbottom, Lance Corporal Arthur Longdon, Private Harry Longdon, Private John Wilfred Longdon, Private William Randolph Longdon, Private John Arthur Longford, Gunner Denville Longhurst, Driver George Matthew Longhurst, Private Harold Longland, Guardsman Frank Robert Longley, Captain Harold Graham Longley, Corporal Thomas Robert Henry Longman, Corporal Marcel Longpre, Lance Bombardier Reginald Longshaw, Flying Officer Francis Longson, Private John Longson, Private Edward Longstaff, Bombardier Frederick John Longstaff, Corporal William Longwell, Pilot Officer Jack Morris Looney, Private Thomas Gordon Lonsdale, Private Francis William Looker, Private John Albert Looker, Lieutenant Peter Ronald Luce, Sergeant Jack Locke Loosemore, Private Maurice William Frank Loosemore, Corporal Laurent Loranger, Sergeant Alfred William Lord, Private Dennis Lord, Private Donald Austin Lord, Gunner George Lord, Trooper Hammond Lord, Trooper Harold Lord, Private John Lord, Trooper Charles George Lawrence, Private Grant Albert Lawrence, Sapper George Lorimer, Sergeant George Lorimer, Private Harold George Lawking, Private Aurel Lozier, Private Frank Lote, Private Alex Lothian, Private Dudley Stewart Lott, Pilot Officer John Ernest Lott, Corporal Ronald Francis Lott, Private James A. Lukes, Trooper Willie David Lukes, Corporal Alfred Benjamin John Hoare Loud, Lance Sergeant John Miller Loudon, Lieutenant Alistair Montgomery Loudon, Private Thomas Loudwill, Lieutenant Paul Richardson Lockheed, Trooper Glyn David Lucher, Rifleman John Baptiste Lewis, Rifleman Ralph Lewis, Rifleman Wilfred James Loon, Corporal Ernest T. Lutet, Trooper William S. Lutet, Private Edgar Lovett, Private Herbert Lovett, Corporal Joseph Henry Lovett, Major John Vernon Love, Pilot Officer Lawrence Wyman Love, Private Richard M. D. Love, Fusilier Walter George Love, Flight Sergeant Wilfred Royce Love, Gunner William Fleming Meyer Love, Trooper Eric M. Loveday, Private Roland Everett Lovegrove, Lance Corporal Frederick David Lovelace, Trooper Charles Lovell, Gunner Frederick George William Lovell, Corporal Harry Redgrave Lovell, Private Lorne Alexander Lovell, Corporal Thomas Lovell, Private Wilfred Amos Lovell, Bombardier William Thomas Lovell, Corporal Albert Kenneth Lovelock, Lieutenant Dennis Bernard Lovelock, Lance Corporal John Lover, Private Alfred Loverick, Private Albert Loveridge, Sergeant Donald Alexander Lovett, Lance Corporal Kenneth Lovett, Fusilier Ronald Ernest Lovett, Marine Thomas Albert Lovett, Major Thomas Robson Loverbond, Private Andrew Lowe, Lance Corporal James Hay Robertson Lowe, Major John Lowe, Private John Mackay Lowe, Trooper Eric Leslie Lowe, Lance Corporal Frank Lowe, Corporal George Charles Lowe, Private Herbert Alexander Lowe, Trooper Hobson Victor Lowe, Private James Lowe, Trooper John Thomas Lowe, Rifleman Leonard Lowe, Private Leslie F. Lowe, Fusilier Mark Labasse Lowe, Trooper Robert Lowe, Captain Robert Alec Lowe, Private Robert Edward Lowe, Private Sidney Lowe, Lieutenant Thomas Frederick Lowe, Corporal George Edward Lower, Lance Corporal William Lowery, Sergeant George Lowes, Gunner George Stanley Lowes, Gunner William Lowes, Lieutenant Frederick Charles Lowinger, Sergeant Harold Lewis, Marine Eric Henry Lowles, Private Andrew Lowry, Sapper Albert Lowson, Private George Lowson, Private Harry Lowther, Lance Corporal John Lowther, Private Ronald Burchell Lowther, Signalman Stanley Thomas Loynes, Private William S. Loist, Private Alexander Lubkivsky, Private Albert William Lucas, Private Frederick Christopher Arnold Lucas, Private George Raymond Lucas, Lance Corporal John Lucas, Corporal Sidney Edwin Lucas, Gunner William John Lucas, Gunner William John Henry Lucas, Rifleman Albert Alfred Luckford, Private Harry Luckey, Trooper William Alfred John Luck, Private Roy Valentine Luckett, Private George Herbert Luckhurst, Private Thomas Jack Lucking, Trooper Ernest Leonard Luckins, Captain Clifford Henry Lucy, Lieutenant Stephen Alexander Lucy, Private Eric Bertram Ludlow, Gunner Roy Frank Ludwig, Staff Sergeant Roy Samuel Luff, Private David Edwin Luffman, Lieutenant George Henry Luffman, Private Harold W. Luffman, Lieutenant Paul Hamilton Luffman, Private David Raymond Luke, Signalman Jack Luke, Gunner Harold Robert Luca, Lance Sergeant William Frederick Ernest Lum, Corporal Albert William Lumley, Lance Bombardier James Lumley, Leading Aircraftman David Leonard Lumpkin, Sergeant Archibald Lumsden, Fusilier David Lumsden, Trooper Ernest Ross Lumsden, Marine John Lumsden, Rifleman Melvin Emmanuel Lund, Private Robert Whiteside Lundy, Marine Charles Frederick Lund, Private Edmund John Lund, Private Frank Ernest Lund, Lieutenant John Stanley Howard Lund, Driver John William Lund, Private Louis Lund, Trooper Philip Lund, Private Ronald Fitzroy Lund, Fusilier Jack Mortimer Lunt, Fusilier Raymond Luscott, Captain Edmund Nelson Lushington, Sergeant Ronald Lust, Rifleman John Sprott Lusty, Sergeant Ira Maxwell Lutz, Signalman Gordon Rufus Luther, Private Roland James Luton, Sapper Samuel Lutton, Rifleman Henry Lutzko, Lieutenant Ernest Albert Luxford, Lieutenant Peter Corrindon Luxmore Ball, Sergeant Harold William Stephen Luxton, Private James Luxton, Sergeant Arthur Lyle, Rifleman John Louis Litchevich, Private James Michael Leyden, Private Leo Leyden, Trooper Ronald James Ligo, Major Robin Alexander Lyle, Private Bernard Linehan, Flying Officer William Lynham, Gunner Edward Lynch, Guardsman Felix Lynch, Lance Corporal Francis George Lynch, Sergeant Frederick Abner Lynch, Private Jack Lynch, Private William Lynch, Lieutenant Clifford Lyndon Adams, Bombardier Francis Alfred Lines, Warrant Officer Peter John Lines, Private William Linness, Lieutenant Brian Freeman Lynn, Corporal Thomas Alexander Lynn, Private Walter Reginald Lynn, Private Cecil Lyon, Private George Edward Lyon, Warrant Officer Second Class Harry Lyon, Private Noel Donald Lyon, Captain Peter Edward Lysett Lyon, Lieutenant William Runtoul Lyon, Captain Anthony William Patrick Lyon Clark, Corporal Austin Lyons, Trooper John Thomas Lyons, Rifleman Maxwell Lyons, Lance Sergeant William Lyons, Corporal John Joseph Lysack, Private Russell Lysay, Corporal Anthony Peter Lister, Lance Bombardier Leslie Lith, Fusilier William Henry Lythall, Corporal Peter Lithgow, Lance Corporal Irwin Archibald Little, Corporal George Little, Lance Corporal Thomas Little, Rifleman James Lyas, Sergeant Reuben Lyas, Trooper Albert Stanley Lywood.
Private Donald Pogue Maybe, Private George Henry Rhodes Maybin, Sapper John Cyril Mabson, Private John A. McCullough, Major Thomas John MacArthur, Private Willard James MacArthur, Rifleman John Papworth McCarthy, Signalman Arthur Sutherland McCartney, Private James Edward McCartney, Gunner Duncan Anderson Macaulay, Private Norman Macaulay, Sergeant John Charles McBean, Private Archibald Sinclair McBeath, Guardsman Gerald Maxwell McCabe, Gunner Erlyn Cameron McConnell, Ordinary Seaman John McEwish, Warrant Officer 2nd Class James Arnold McDavid, Rifleman Alexander McDermid, Trooper Alexander MacDonald, Corporal Alexander Rennie MacDonald, Private Alexander William MacDonald, Sergeant Alan B. MacDonald, Private Alwyn Robert MacDonald, Lance Corporal Andrew MacDonald, Private Angus MacDonald, Trooper Anselm John MacDonald, Major Archibald Duncan MacDonald, Private Arthur James MacDonald, Private Charles J. MacDonald, Private Charles John MacDonald, Bombardier Clifford Angus MacDonald, Gunner D.F. Callum MacDonald, Private David MacDonald, Private David Hislop MacDonald, Private Donald John Cameron MacDonald, Corporal Douglas Bertram MacDonald, Private Ewan MacDonald, Sapper George Wilfred MacDonald, Craftsman Gordon J. MacDonald, Rifleman Henry A. MacDonald, Bombardier Herbert Ross MacDonald, Private Hugh A. MacDonald, Corporal Huey P. MacDonald, Lieutenant Ian MacDonald, Lieutenant Ian Philip MacDonald, Trooper James MacDonald, Sapper James F. MacDonald, Private John MacDonald, Sapper John MacDonald, Private John Alfred MacDonald, Sergeant John Angus MacDonald, Gunner Joseph MacDonald, Private Kenneth John MacDonald, Private Lewis MacDonald, Private Lloyd Kenneth MacDonald, Private Murdoch MacDonald, Sapper Neil MacDonald, Lance Bombardier Neil John MacDonald, Lieutenant Ronald Joseph MacDonald, Private Stanley MacDonald, Rifleman William Arthur MacDonald,
Warrant Officer 2nd Class,
John Edward MacDougall, Chaplain 4th Class, the Reverend John MacDougall, Corporal Geoffrey William George Mace, Private Robert Mace, Guardsman William George Mace, Rifleman Herbert G. McKeehan, Lieutenant George Lionel Macy, Private James Frederick Macy, Corporal Peter Yates Macy, Flying Officer Duncan McFadden, Signalman Angus McFarlane, Private Charles McFarlane, Trooper Hugh McFarlane, Flight Sergeant James McFarlane, Lance Corporal James Logan McFarlane, Private John C. McFarlane, Fusilier Peter McFarlane, Sergeant Peter Wallace McFarlane, Private Robert McFarlane, Pilot Officer Ruthven Arnold McFarlane, Private Peter McGillivray, Trooper Ernest Malcolm McGregor, Private Melvin Wellington McGregor, Captain William John McGregor, Trooper Derek Macken, Private Arthur Douglas Machin, Gunner John Henry Machin, Sergeant Stanley G. Machney, Rifleman John Joseph Messina, Rifleman Archibald McInnes, Land Sergeant Edward Louis McInnes, Private Hugh Alphonse McInnes, Trooper Joseph Ambrose McInnes, Flying Officer Ernest William McIntosh, Lance Corporal Gordon Stewart McIntosh, Corporal Andrew McIntyre, Corporal Duncan McIntyre, Private Alexander Donald McIsaac, Private Donald McIver, Private Ian McIver, Private William A. McIver, Private Alexander McIver, Rifleman John James Mack, Private Ronald Mack, Lance Corporal Alistair Aitchison Mackay, Captain Alexander Mackay, Lance Bombardier Alfred Arthur Mackay, Private Angus Mackay, Colour Sergeant Angus Macbeath Mackay, Private Clarence Addison Mackay, Private Evan Mackay, Guardsman Gordon Stewart Francis Mackay, Sergeant John Mackay, Trooper Keith Morrison Mackay, Private Lachlan Mackay, Trooper Melville Hugh Mackay, Private Murdo Mackay, Private Robert Angus Mackay, Lance Corporal Robert George Mackay, Gunner Robert Riddle Mackay, Private William Mackay, Major William Fullerton Mackay, Flight Lieutenant James Archibald McKelvey, Private Alexander Mackenzie, Corporal Alistair Mackenzie, Lance Corporal Archibald Mackenzie, Private Donald James Mackenzie, Trooper Donald Williamson Mackenzie, Trooper Earl F. Mackenzie, Corporal Floyd Edwin Mackenzie, Captain Hugh Ellis Mackenzie, Private James Mackenzie, Private John Mackenzie, Trooper Malcolm Mackenzie, Lance Sergeant Robert Mackenzie, Rifleman William Mackenzie, Trooper William Lyon Mackenzie, Corporal James Mackereth, Private Charles Mackey, Private Charles Mackey, Private Clifford Mackey, Gunner Elwood Bruce Mackey, Private Harold Wilfred Mackey, Lieutenant John Rudd Mackey, Gunner Victor J. Mackey, Sergeant William Strang Mackey, Private Donald Malcolm McKillop, Private Andrew Makin, Private Charles Gavin McKinnon, Lieutenant Donald Columba McKinnon, Sergeant Donald Duncan McKinnon, Lance Corporal Ewan McKinnon, Private George W. McKinnon, Private James W. McKinnon, Craftsman James William McKinnon, Private Charles William McIntosh, Lieutenant David Loney McIntosh, Private Ellis McIntosh, Sergeant John McIntosh, Leading Aircraftman John Leslie McIntosh, Brigadier John Ronald McIntosh Walker, Sergeant Charles Norman Macklem, Private John Stewart McMurdy, Private Samuel Mackerel, Squadron Leader James Archibald Finlay McLachlan, Major Robert Buchanan McLachlan, Corporal Roland F. McLachlan, Sergeant William D. McLachlan, Private Angus G. McLean, Trooper Archibald L. McLean, Lieutenant Charles Walter McLean, Private Clyde A. McLean, Lance Corporal Donald Alexander Archibald McLean, Captain Donald Spurgeon McLean,
Warrant Officer 2nd Class.
John Archibald McLean, Trooper John E. McLean, Signalman Norman D. McLean, Lieutenant Maxwell Herdman McLeish, Private Charles Thomas McClellan, Sergeant Alec MacLeod, Flight Sergeant Alexander MacLeod, Trooper Alexander MacLeod, Private Alexander William MacLeod, Rifleman Angus Murdo MacLeod,
Warrant Officer 2nd Class.
Donald MacLeod, Lance Sergeant Douglas H. MacLeod, Private Ewan A. MacLeod, Lance Corporal Fraser K. MacLeod, Major Hugh Murray MacLeod, Private John MacLeod, Trooper John A. MacLeod, Private John F. MacLeod, Lieutenant Kenneth MacLeod. Gunner Peter James MacLeod. Gunner Reginald John MacLeod. Private Roderick MacLeod. Private Waldo A. MacLeod. Private Walter H. MacLeod. Private William MacLeod. Private Kevin John McMahon. Private Donald McMaster. Lance Corporal Roy N. Macmillan. Private Wilbert Anthony Macmillan. Gunner William Ferguson Macmillan. Major Angus Laidlaw McNabb. Private George Richard McNaughton. Major John Archibald McNaughton. Gunner Joseph B. McNeill. Private Roderick A. McNeill. Private Ian McNeill. Lieutenant John Wendell McNeill. Lieutenant Michael King McConshy. Private Duncan Downey McPhail. Captain William Ward King McPhail. Private Alfred Euston McPhee. Private Angus Campbell McPhee. Private George Roderick McPherson. Private Malcolm Allen McPherson. Private Neil James McPherson. Major Wallace Spence McPherson. Lance Corporal John Wesley McQuarrie. Sergeant Duncan McRae. Lance Corporal Jamie Duncan McRae. Sapper John William McRae. Private Roderick N. McRae. Private William McRae. Private Kenneth Walter McCrory. Trooper Gerald Patrick Madams. Gunner Thomas Madams. Guardsman Henry Francis Madden. Private John Madden. Private Joseph Madden. Lance Sergeant Neil P. Madden. Trooper Benjamin Madden. Private John Robert Madison. Lance Sergeant Frederick Ambrose Edmund Maddox. Private Arthur Leonard Maddox. Private Douglas Idris Maddox. Gunner Robert Edward Maddox. Private George Madrell. Lance Corporal Reginald Henry Madeleine. Private William Frederick Madgwick. Lance Corporal Walter Charles Madley. Rifleman Harry Magus. Private Charles Arthur McGee. Lance Corporal Francis McGee. Corporal John James McGee. Trooper Leonard Dobson McGee. Rifleman Nathaniel Morton McGill. Lieutenant George Alexander McGuinness. Private Anford Joseph Magoon. Private Albert Reginald Magson. Signalman Clarence A. Maguire. Flight Sergeant Dennis Joseph Maguire. Lance Bombardier James Maguire. Trooper James J. Maguire. Lieutenant John Kevin Maguire. Rifleman Patrick Maguire. Private Harvey Mahaffey. Flight Lieutenant Wilfred Joseph Mahagan. Private John Robert Mahan. Private Jack Reeves Mayher. Lance Bombardier Charles Mayhag. Guardsman James Mayer. Guardsman Patrick Francis Mayer. Private Raymond James Mayer. Corporal William Mayer. Guardsman Frederick William Mahon. Sergeant James Mahon. Private Brendan Mahoney. Sergeant John Michael Mahoney. Private Stanley Eric Mahoney. Private Edward John May. Private Clarence Maidens. Private Ernest Jack Maidment. Private Donald Mailer. Lieutenant James MacGregor Mailer. Sergeant William Mailey. Private Joseph Alcide Edmund Maylett. Lance Corporal Alfred Vincent Main. Lieutenant Harold William Main. Private Jack Main. Sergeant James E. Main. Lance Corporal James Ralph Main. Private John Main. Private Ronald Pickerel Mainston. Corporal James Leslie Mainswhite. Able Seaman Stanley Mainwaring. Private James Mayer. Captain Peter Gordon Christopher Mayer. Guardsman Donald E. Mayers. Gunner Marcel Maisonneuve. Corporal Elphinstone Maitland. Flight Sergeant Hugh Maitland. Major Robert Reed Maitland. Private Percy Major. Signalman Ronald Rower Albert Major. Lance Sergeant William Hamilton Major. Private Edward Macaras. Rifleman Eino McKellar. Trooper Lawrence Philip Makepeace. Corporal Michael John Makeichuk. Private George Makin. Private Harry Makin. Corporal John Edward Makin. Private Robert Hunter Makin. Private Fred Makowichuk. Private Maurice Malberth. Private Jerome A. Malbranck. Corporal Albert Charles Malcolm. Lance Corporal John Morrison Malcolm. Captain Adrian Osborne Malcolm King. Private Wilfred Mail. Lance Corporal Roy Joseph Malenfant. Rifleman John Joseph Malinowski. Private John Thomas Mullally. Private Frederick William George Mallard. Lance Corporal William Frost Mallon. Corporal Robert Edward Mallet. Driver Horace Mallinson. Lieutenant Colonel John Rollin Charles Mallock. Private Dean McCallum Malloy. Rifleman William G. Maloff. Gunner John Patrick Malone. Fusilier Richard Malone. Sapper Thomas Malone. Sapper William Malone. Lieutenant James Edward Maloney. Sergeant William Maloney. Private Harold E. Mallet. Lieutenant Louis Morris Malwin. Lance Corporal Raymond H. Maltby. Trooper James Alfred Mallion. Lieutenant Saleh David Ellis Manasseh. Captain Jacob Barney Mandel. Private James Mander. Corporal Thomas Leslie Manders. Private Mike Manjuk. Lance Corporal Gordon W. Munnells. Private Mangena. Private Primo Maniago. Gunner Leonard John Manktalow. Signalman John Robert Manley. Sapper Roy Manley. Lance Corporal Arthur Manlow. Trooper Douglas J. Mann. Private Ernest Thomas Mann. Private George W. Mann. Lance Corporal Henry Mann. Corporal Robert Mann. Ordinary Seaman Henry Augustus Mannerings. Gunner Charles Ronald Manning. Lance Corporal Gilbert William Manning. Private Reginald John Manning. Private Eric John Mansell. Guardsman James Mansell. Rifleman James Frederick Mansell. Sergeant John Mansell. Lieutenant Colonel Peter Robert Courtney Manser. Private William John Manser. Private Albert Edward Mansfield. Private Leslie Bruce Mansfield. Private Lionel Mansfield. Stoker, 2nd Class, Walter Henry Mansfield. Private Manship. Corporal George Manson. Trooper William Charles Henry Mant. Lieutenant Edward Frank Mantle. Lieutenant Peter John Manton. Sapper John Kenneth Manuel. Sergeant Luigi William Manza. Lance Corporal Joseph W. Manserole. Major Richard Gerald Mapp. Captain Harry L. Marantz. Sergeant Albert March. Lieutenant Leslie March. Private William March. Gunner Paul Emile Marchand. Trooper Claude Marchant. Lieutenant Desmond George Marchant. Corporal Gwilym George Marchant. Private John Ernest Marchant. Rifleman Ronald Marchant. Private William Francis Marchant. Trooper Michael Marshiski. Sapper Clifford Henry William Marchmont. Major Gustavus Henry March Phillips. Trooper Murray Philip Marcus. Gunner Thomas Frederick Mardell. Sergeant John Thomas Marfleet. Staff Sergeant William Kenneth Marfleet. Private Arthur Sidney Margeson. Private Thomas George Margetts. Sergeant Roland Marin. Private Leo Marion. Bombardier Stanley Raymond Mark. Private William E. Mark. Lance Sergeant Henry Thomas Markey. Guardsman Leonard Markham. Lieutenant Morris Markham. Private Arthur Edward Markilly. Sergeant James Robert Markland. Private Lawrence Marklew. Private Thomas Marklew. Private Albert Marks. Private Arthur Marks. Guardsman Eric Leonard Marks. Sapper George Arthur Marks. Corporal Reginald David Marks. Private Robert William Marks. Lance Bombardier Leslie Markwell. Private George Edwin Marley. Private Albert Oliver Marlowe. Lance Sergeant Alan Lewis Marmont. Lance Corporal Leslie Thomas Marney. Private William Henry Marwa. Gunner John Richard Norrison Marr. Captain Frederick Peter Marion. Corporal William John Mariner. Corporal Charles Watkin Marion. Private Arthur Raymond Marriott. Lance Corporal Clive Frederick Marriott. Captain James Marriott. Private Donald Labas Mars. Lance Corporal Albert Marsden. Trooper Harry Marsden. Private Jack Marsden. Lance Corporal John Marsden. Fusilier Joseph Marsden. Sapper Lister Marsden. Sapper Ray Askew Marsden. Lance Sergeant Sidney Neil Marsden. Lance Corporal Benjamin Michael Marsh. Lieutenant David Hillier Marsh. Private Dennis George Marsh. Lieutenant Derek Noel Marsh. Private Donald Marsh. Lance Corporal Frank Marsh. Corporal Geoffrey Marsh. Trooper Gordon G. Marsh. Private Harold Marsh. Private Harold Marsh. Flying Officer Henry Herbert Marsh. Private Herbert Walter Marsh. Gunner James Albert Marsh. Private John Henry Marsh. Sergeant Merrick Marsh. Trooper Oliver Lorraine Marsh. Sergeant Ralph Marsh. Private Reginald Eric Marsh. Private Sidney George Marsh. Gunner Sidney Harold Marsh. Private Sidney John Marsh. Sergeant Victor Bertram Marsh. Private Adam Marshall. Private Albert Marshall. Private Alan Marshall. Private Arthur Levain Marshall. Lance Bombardier Charles Edward Marshall. Private Charles William Marshall. Trooper Colin Marshall. Private Cyril George Marshall. Bombardier Douglas Marshall. Lance Corporal Eric Marshall. Sergeant Eric Marshall. Private Frank Marshall. Driver Fred Marshall. Private Gilbert Marshall. Lance Corporal Henry Thomas Marshall. Private James Marshall. Gunner James Marshall. Private James William Henry Marshall. Captain John Kenneth George Marshall. Private Matthew Marshall. Pilot Officer Norman Marshall. Signalman Ovid Marshall. Lance Bombardier Percival John Marshall. Corporal Raymond J. Marshall. Private Robert Harrison Marshall. Private Samuel Marshall. Rifleman Thomas Marshall. Lance Sergeant William Henry Marshall. Lieutenant James Gerald Marshall Cornwall. Lance Corporal John Marsland. Corporal Kenneth R. Marsland, Private George Edward Marson, Private Ronald Marston, Lance Corporal Ernest Martel, Private Georges Martel, Corporal Martin Martel, Lieutenant Louis Westwood Martin, Lance Sergeant Alexander John Martin, Sapper Alfred James Leslie Martin, Trooper Archibald Cecil Martin, Major Arthur Charles Woolcott Martin, Telegraphist Arthur Frederick Martin, Corporal Donald C. Martin, Corporal Douglas Martin, Fusilier Edward Jones Martin, Lieutenant Eric Martin, Private Ernest Frederick Charles Martin, Gunner Eutrop Martin, Private Francis Oswald Martin, Private Francis William Martin, Fusilier Frederick Martin, Guardsman Frederick John Harry Martin, Private George Martin, Corporal George Martin, Rifleman George Alexander Martin, Driver George Frederick Martin, Private George M. Martin, Private Gordon James Martin, Sergeant Harold Martin, Rifleman Henry Martin, Private Henry Thomas Martin, Private Herbert Martin, Private Hubert J. Martin, Lance Sergeant Hugh Martin, Lance Sergeant Ian Malcolm Martin, Major Ivan Harold Martin, Private James Martin, Corporal James Martin, Lance Corporal James Herbert Martin, Sergeant James Smith Martin, Private John Andrew Martin, Rifleman John Gordon Martin, Corporal John Richard Martin, Lance Corporal Joseph Thomas Railton Martin, Gunner Kenneth William Martin, Trooper Malcolm MacDougall Martin, Gunner Norman Martin, Trooper Reginald James Martin, Private Reginald Stanley Martin, Lieutenant Robert Martin, Craftsman Robert C. Martin, Sergeant Robert Gall Martin, Guardsman Robert John Martin, Trooper Ronald Eric Martin, Private Roy B. Martin, Private Thomas Martin, Lieutenant Thomas Edmund Martin, Private Victor Henry Martin, Private Walter Leonard Martin, Private William Daniel Martin, Private William Frank Cecil Martin, Trooper William James Martin, Lieutenant William Jameson Martin, Lance Corporal William John Martin, Sergeant William John Charles Martin, Private Douglas David Martindale, Trooper Francis Martland, Sergeant Victor Roy Martlew, Private William Martley, Lieutenant David Vivian Martin, Private Steve Martinwick, Trooper Ronald Walter Thomas Marvin, Private John Edward Marvin,
Warrant Officer 2nd Class.
John Thomas Marwood, Rifleman Frederick Marich, Private Lawrence Marcheter, Corporal Frederick George Maskell, Captain Sidney Charles Maskell Dicker, Corporal John Philip Maskens, Lance Bombardier George Maskell, Trooper Stanley George Maslin, Private Roy Edward Maslin, Corporal Bramwell Mason, Private Colin Mason, Private David Nicol Mason, Pilot Officer Donald William Mason, Guardsman Ernest Harry Mason, Private Ernest Thomas Mason, Sergeant Frederick Mason, Trooper Frederick William Mason, Private George Mason, Private George Mason, Private George H. Mason, Gunner Harold Mason, Corporal Harry Mason, Private Jack Mason, Private James Mason, Gunner James Joseph Mason, Private John Arthur Mason, Driver John Charlton Mason, Trooper John Edward Mason, Private Kenneth Mason, Rifleman Leonard Mason, Sergeant Neville Ralph Mason, Sapper Robert Victor Douglas Mason, Private William Mason, Lance Corporal William Henry Mason, Private Bert Masson, Private Ellie Masser, Private Albert Edward Massey, Private Alfred Edward Massey, Gunner Charles A. Massey, Private Dennis Massey, Sergeant Douglas Massey, Trooper Ernest Albert Massey, Private Freeman Massey, Private George Massey, Lance Corporal Harry Massey, Private John K. Massey, Sergeant Leonard Henry Massey, Guardsman Norman Edward Massey, Private Stanley Norman Massey, Private George Massier, Private Joseph Arson Alfred Massey-Cott, Sergeant Norbert Massey, Corporal James Masson, Fusilier Ronald Neil Masson, Private Albert Charles Masters, Private Charles John Bertram Masters, Private George Masterton, Private Paul Dieter Masting, Private Andrew Matchett, Private Robert Matfin, Lieutenant Alan Norman Mather, Sergeant Henry James Mather, Gunner Miller F. Mather, Lieutenant Robert Vivian Mather, Lieutenant Dennis Mathers, Private Frank James Mathers, Fusilier John Turner Mathers, Private Alan D. Matheson, Signalman Gerald Hanley Matheson, Sapper John Alexander Matheson, Private John Murray Matheson,